hat.
Okay. Yeah. We're just doing
Oh. I would love to be part of that conversation. GC input.
When you talk to, yeah, I'm the organizer. My boss. When you talking about
this one.
Yeah. I think. I go when it was mostly going.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I think there's one that's.
Okay.
Start.
The big monkey's
Both steps.
Okay.
Um,
And I see that I see that the spike is going on and off.
So we're, okay, perfect, this is good.
It's Teams link. And so unbeknownst to like you, it has to spin.
You have quorum, everyone has expected to be here. We are live streaming and ready to record when you're ready.
Before we start, Cameron McCoy's not gonna make it tonight.
Officially, okay. She told me, yeah, we weren't.
Sent an email said she wouldn't be here.
Sure.
She did give in the email, she CC you or not, but she has a few comments on one of the applications. I was gonna read that in and make sure you got forwarded it for the record, but I'll just read her comments verbatim, then we'll leave it for her input on that application.
Okay, is it like you want to do that as like a public comment or just like you're reading feedback?
We will
from
do it as
everyone?
part of one of the exceptionals. So
Oh,
I'll just
okay,
read her
yeah,
feedback in that.
absolutely. Especially in conceptual, that's okay.
Yeah.
So I can record here.
Let me get my agenda pulled up. I got sidetracked.
And I have a printed copy of him. To copy of that. Yay. Actually, it's still printed edition. Sure, yeah.
Check the, staff reports up. Scroll to top. Okay. Ready?
Should I put this screen back so we're capturing the camera on screen? Would you be able to? We're just making sure that we can see your heads at the least on the screen.
Sure.
We have the record of who's here. That's what, as best we can. A little bit clearer.
One head.
That works. Okay, we've got proof that they're. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, we get that.
Okay, we are recording now.
All right, test 1, 2. You hear me out there? Good, great. This is called to order. This is the German Village Commission hearing. We are here at 141 North Front Street in the conference room on the first floor of the garage. Today's date is August 6, 2025. The time is 4:04 p.m. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, August 20th, 2025 at 12 noon. We'll be across the street in the main building at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205. And the next hearing will be Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 at 4 p.m. Back here in the first floor of the garage, 141 North Front Street, conference room. And for purposes of public, the reason why we're at this room is because the main conference room next door is being renovated. And it's a temporary situation. We'll move ahead to swearing in of staff. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, but the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Nick Gerson.
Thank you. We'll do introduction of commissioners present, starting with my left.
Ned Field.
Anthony Hartkeet, Chair.
Rachel Schultz. Effie.
All right. Public forum, I know we'll have some public forum, I believe, later on in the evening. So when that happens, just for anybody who's going to be speaking, we ask that you address the commission on matters not on the posted agenda or invited to do so. However, the commission is not able to undertake extended discussion or act on non-agenda items. And any communication should be kept to 3-minute limits. Is there any public forum prior to the start? Hearing none, we'll take public comments on each application as and if they arise. Moving on to the staff approvals, and the staff approvals begin on page roll.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself from 622, 628, and 634 Mohawk.
Page 9 of the agenda. Where we start. I have no recusals this month for myself.
None.
No other recusals. If there is no other recusals or questions or comments, is there a motion on the staff approvals?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the staff approvals.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, ayes have it, motion passes. Moving on to the approval of minutes from the last meeting from July 2nd, 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the minutes from July 2nd, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a second at the end over there. Any questions on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, ayes have it, motion passes. Nick, was there an agenda item switch we're gonna make?
Yes, we discussed the arrow application, I apologize, not. So application 13, COA 2500698, being heard after the staff recommended items.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, we will move on to the applications for certificate of appropriateness, starting off with appeals. Item number 1, GB-25-08-001, 49 Stewart Avenue. Once you're settled, you raise your right hand.
Okay,
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Your name.
Julie Bouchal Sharma.
Thank you very much. And just make sure you speak into the microphone so we can.
Okay, yeah.
A little bit wonky acoustics.
This is an appeals application for rehearing by the commission for an exterior building alteration. The appeal is made under the grounds of unusual compelling circumstances. This is an application to appeal the June 4th, 2025 denial of certificate of appropriateness for COA 2500489 by the German Village Commission, which is pursuant to the provisions of the Columbus City Code Title 31 and Chapter 3116.10 for procedure following denial, 311619 for rehearing, and 311620 for finding on rehearing. The reasons for the appeal are the property cannot be reasonably maintained in a manner consistent with the pertinent architectural standards and guidelines. And this application was for proposed window replacement of all windows on the property. We've clarified there's 13 windows, there are other windows on the property. The staff analysis. This application was denied, and then there's the incorrect date on your staff report. I do apologize, but it was the June 4th GDC hearing. And this again is under unusual and compelling circumstances. From the June 2025 GDC hearing minutes, the reasons for denial provided by the commission at that hearing were through 1611's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then also for the German Village Guidelines Windows recommendation 1, 2, and 4. The German Village Guidelines 2005 amendments for windows. And the commissioner comments from that denial were the commission concluded the windows were historic and in good condition and recommended repair and lead abatement. The applicant has submitted additional documentation, including 3 quotes for repair and replacement work and the lead report from the Columbus Public Health. There were no requests for additional information for the applicant, and there was no August business meeting. HVO staff maintained that the windows are in an excellent and repairable condition and do not support window replacement. The existence of lead-based paint does not constitute an unusual circumstance, as lead-based paints are typical in historic homes. Lead paint can be addressed through lead mitigation remediation from licensed contractors safely while maintaining the historic significant original windows on the property. Therefore, the property can be maintained following pertinent typical architectural standards and guidelines. Specifically, the guidelines we direct you to are 311611-2 and the GD guidelines for windows recommendations 1, 2, and 4. And that's the staff analysis there for you. Staff recommendation is that the staff does recommend the commission vote to deny the appeal with determination that lead paint in historic windows does not constitute an unusual or compelling circumstance. The basis for that recommendation is 311611, 1 through 12. 311619 for rehearing A through C, the German Village Guidelines on Windows 1, 2, and 4, and the German Village Guidelines on the 2005 amendments for windows. That's all the rest.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, I guess in terms of the existence of lead paint, we worked very closely with the public health department and our case manager, Kelly, we agree the historic homes likely have lead paint under lots of layers of paint. The issue was that with our house, she assumed that like she saw dust there, that it had been sanded recently. And so it's disturbed lead paint that is dangerous, especially to a child who is very small in proportion to that microscopic lead that they could be consuming. They're on the ground all the time. Unfortunately, like putting things in their mouth. And so it's not just the sheer existence of lead, but the fact that unfortunately it looked like it had been disturbed. Recently, we bought our house just about a year ago. And so there wasn't a proper like unusual circumstances category for this, but the fact that my daughter had a public health case that was because of her lead poisoning, I, appeal this for that unusual circumstance. And I guess the main difference between last time we met was, at that time I was open to all options and, at that time I was recommending window replacement because of the cost difference between stripping the lead versus total replacement. But I got another recommendation from you guys because you had mentioned, in the past you did have one vendor that was cheaper actually for stripping rather than replacement. So reached out to them for an additional quote. Um, it came after I submitted the materials. It was still significantly more expensive, but they let me know then that the sills can't be taken off the property, and that's where all the disturbed lead paint is. And so my husband and I are just not comfortable with that lead abatement happening on property. My daughter is playing all around the area at all times. And so I would say that's the main difference. I guess new information between this meeting and last.
Questions or comments?
Appreciate your concerns and change of conditions, et cetera. I don't think we can recognize that as a change in the application, the reason for it. And I support HBO's position, that it's not an unusual condition found in homes of this age. Other than lead paint, the historic windows are functional and weathertight condition, and abatement is still the appropriate solution.
Got a few comments to add. I did some research into code, Ohio revised code and everything else. And also, you take a lot of guidance from the National Park Service's interior standards. They put some preservation trees down. I found a few things, just to want to make sure to put on the record your awareness and the commission's awareness. The appeal here on unusual dwelling circumstances, not economic hardship. The cost of the work would be economic hardship, which is a different category, different requirements. So looking at unusual dwelling circumstances, per city code 3116.018, the definition for unusual dwelling circumstances is that statement means those uncommon and extremely rare instances factually detailed and conforming to the standards and criteria therefore contained in this chapter, warranting a permission decision contrary to architectural characteristics, guidelines, or standards for the board's decision on appeal, contrary to that of the commission due to the evidence presented. The commission, the question is an uncommon or extremely rare instance. Ohio Revised Code, section 3742.4, discusses that the director of health, in consultation with the individual authorized by the governor to act as the state historic preservation officer, shall develop recommendations for controlling lead hazards that take into consideration the historic nature of the property in which the hazards are located. The director shall provide periodic notifications of the recommendations to all persons licensed under the chapter. All lead hazard control orders issued under section 3742.37, which I believe your documentation with under revised code shall inform the recipient of the recommendations developed under this section. I'm not sure if they provided with any of that. I'm not sure if that's being done by the director in consultation with the state historic preservation officer, but they did not give you anything related specifically to a historic property regarding lead abatement. I would ask them if they have that information.
So she sent me a contact list of there's only a few contractors who are approved for lead abatement. So she sent me that list, but her specific recommendation was totally off-site lead abatement because she works with small children all the time who are lead poisoned, and knows that they're all over the area all the time. So that was her specific recommendation, that it be offsite or complete replacement. And that's why I was open to, both opportunities, but the sills are where the majority of the disturbed lead. So
So is the issue really with the sills and not with?
yes, with the sills.
With the sills. Okay, so interior sills can be removed. I don't know why they're telling you they
I had
can't.
2 contractors, including the one that was
Yeah.
recommended, passed down from you guys, who confirmed that it cannot be.
I'm surprised
taken
that because
off-site.
typically window sills are independent of everything. Other than, the bottom exterior sill, we usually sit on top of the exterior sill. Exterior sill, I think, is beyond your issues. The casements sound great. I don't understand why the interior sills cannot be removed. There may be an issue with wrapping it as it's taken off, vacuuming it and with filters to make sure that any fracturing of the paint at the joints is, made. But it's not,
Positive air
Yeah.
containment to push anything outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, both of them confirmed. I can, relay their
I would love
message
if
to
you could
both.
do that.
Yeah, I can
Um,
definitely.
I'm speaking from experience on this, of restoring windows. The last thing to go in is the windowsill on the inside. And then the bottom casement apron, so that's why I'm curious why.
Yeah, I went back to the
Yeah.
first person I got the quote on because the second said that, and they both confirmed that it could not be removed at all.
Don't understand.
Oh, sorry.
And just last two things that I have, so speaking of National Park Services and their preservation briefs, specifically preservation brief 37, discusses in details the appropriate methods for reducing lead paint hazards in historic housing. They state that number one, significant features and finishes should always be protected and preserved. And then 2 is the next tier down, significant features and finishes should be carefully repaired if necessary, placed in kind to match all visual qualities. So the commission says, are we past the protected, preserved, repaired, and we're on to the place in kind situation? Don't think that's where the commission is.
No.
And it specifies different sources of lead and their hierarchies and friction surfaces, I think is what we were thinking is the issue, which would be your stops and the sashing up and down rubbing.
So everything contains lead. She did the XRF gun on all the windows. It's just like the molding that doesn't have the lead, but she specifically noticed that the sills were extremely disturbed. And so she just assumed they had sanded it recently before we purchased the home.
This brief goes further down, just. That you said that, Ross. That it mentions that window door needs to be stripped, paint planes used to be stripped off site. So we have to identify the sashing around the issue. It's just the sill. If it was the jams, the pockets that the window slide up and down in, you can put in a jam liner, which would encase that portion of it and prevent any friction. If it's just the sill where the window sash is coming down, stopping, wet wiping that, cleaning that up, and then putting a fresh layer of paint on to encapsulate anything that's in there will keep any further dust from happening. So it's from reading the report from HUD and the comments we're having here, it sounds like it's dust from a previous sanding, which means that dust is removed and re-encapsulated with fresh paint. No more dust will be generated because nothing's rubbing, it's just laying down top of the sill.
Yeah, I mean, she sent, I wish I had better pictures, but there's like crocodiling of the lead paint, which shows like it's starting to naturally also come off on other parts of the inside. The worst thing, like what she thought was from the current lead poisoning, was from the dust there.
I think that's where the commission's at of if the paint is starting to peel, there's infrared guns that you can use to pull the paint off without causing any more flammable nature, no more sanding, no more dust. it would just come off.
Yeah, I'm just, that's like a mom, we want to have another child. Like, I don't want to go through this all over again. Or like, I just want to remove all risk, like total risk. So, I mean, just having a child that had a case, like a public health department case made because of their lead poisoning, it was that bad. And it doesn't, I mean, I'm all for historic preservation. That's why we like wanted to live in German Village. We so appreciate the charm and what you guys do, but the fact that a public health case doesn't trump like the historic nature and windows, like it's just it's in my mind still like a relatively small change compared to other aesthetic changes you can make. But I mean, I just from my perspective, I want to remove every single like just risk with the windows. That was the only part of the home where she detected that it was disturbed. And um like I just don't want to have that fear every time I open the window. Like we have our windows closed 24/7, just because in other parts it could start crocodiling. And we understand that historic homes have lead paint. A realtor had said no need to test for it. Like it'll be under layers of paint because it was banned in the 70s. And so we didn't, but our case is unique that it was disturbed and um and that we had a public health case for this. So if this is denied, like how can are there further steps for appeal? Because I mean, like this is just it's really this was supposed to be our dream house. We saved up money for years, bought it in all cash because this was our forever home. And I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to open our windows in our own house.
To clarify, we've learned through conversation, there's a kind of different understandings of what the window sill is, as well as the commission's determination of, is that portion of the interior, is the sill itself portion of the interior trim, if it's only the interior portion of the sill. And in that case, retaining the window casement as the sill outside of the purview of the commission as an interior trim. Is kind of the question that each staff had for the commission.
If it's interior,
And also like maybe clarifying on what we're calling the sill, just because that's some like using for some like in areas.
that's a fantastic.
Well, it's-
So this piece here, this is what we call the sill. Is this the piece that they're saying is the problem?
No, it's the interior between the two panes. The
So it'd be that,
is-
They're slightly open there, are
is it?
doing the interior.
yeah, right there was the worst of it. But again, like on the sides and that interior, all throughout, she had detected lead with her high amounts of lead with her XRF gun, and on two windows in the kitchen, it was also interior facing, on the window as well. So in most areas in between the two panes, so that's why we've left it locked. But then in two places it is actually inward facing where it's starting to crocodile.
But if it was this stuff here, everything.
Yeah, it's none of the molding.
Yeah, that would be easy, fine. In the position the commission finds ourselves in, the position we find ourselves in is we 100% sympathize, we empathize with the situation. If the existence of lead, which is a common thing in our house, in the homes in the historic district, if that alone is reason to remove windows, anyone can make the case that there's lead in this window that got to be removed, and all of a sudden there's no more historic windows in the historic district, which we identified specifically in our guidelines, specifically in national preservation documentation is a defining historic characteristic of the houses. So we're trying to find a way of mitigating it, of taking the sash down offsite, doing abatement in situ,
Right, right.
It's the
But
solution, but
yeah, but it's not just the existence alone, it's the fact that it was disturbed and the case manager for our public health case concluded that that was the most likely cause of our daughter's lead poisoning. And so I do think that is an unusual circumstance that hopefully not all children in German Village are, have a formal case with the city for lead poisoning. And I do think that's an unusual circumstance. And I would love if you could contact her because she was specifically saying, do this off-site. No amount of lead is safe for a child for their development. Um, yeah, I just wish that you guys work for the city. She works for the city, and I would hope that health would take precedence over this, where this is not just like an aesthetic change we're hoping to make at all. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't a serious issue.
We made a call. It was recently though, so she probably didn't have to respond. So we did make some time, but like, get a call back.
so in order to wait for that communication, we would have to continue the application, continue the appeal. So there would be no action taken aside from continuation of this, if we can get that conversation. If the issue of cost is the deciding factor for being able to do abatement on site versus taking everything out, just to everything out anyway.
But there's a portion that has to be done on site
So of course, it has to be on site.
regardless.
So if it's economic, then it needs to come to appeal on an economic circumstances, which is a documentation process. We can't just switch that here at the hearing. My recommendation would be to continue, see if we can get the conversation. Also, if economic is the reason that we need to be going down a path that gives the ability to get that together, get that application in, ready to go, if that's the case. If we deny it here tonight, we vote, or we deny, if we approve, you have what you need. If we deny it, there are other actions for appeal. You can appeal on economic hardship to us. You can appeal to the Board of Commission Appeals, which can choose to overrule us if they deem that appropriate. And we can go to mediation as well. And mediator can make a final determination over that. So there are other appeal options, because those are only open up once we make a ruling and you get the denial, that opens up the path to other appeal.
And to add on the path of mediation, per code, the cost of the third party mediator is split between the city and the applicant. Just to clarify that before actions are taken.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like with our public health case manager, her recommendation. So if a kid's lead poisoning is so extremely high, there's an order on the home through the city that comes with also funding for that work to be done. It's not that she's not advising either off-site removal or replacement. The fact that order didn't come through, it was just that it has to be a certain level above for that economic support. But that was still her end recommendation. And so then why didn't appeal the economic hardship, even though all the quotes we have received, it is significantly higher to do the abatement or the stripping versus replacement, is because there would still have to be work done on site that I confirmed with the contractors. And that's not what our case manager had recommended there.
And now also that the documentation we receive, again, confidential, don't have it in public because of ethical things. The letter that we do have from public health, the steps that they provide is to wash surfaces frequently. We have nothing here saying this is their.
Yeah, she verbally had said that to me. That's why I would love for you guys to be in communication.
If it's a recommendation from the director in concert with the state historic preservation entity, I think that holds more weight than just a word of mouth thing. I think if we could get that,
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot that wasn't included in, because that said, that was her only formal write-up. I mean, like, she didn't include all the XRF, results from all the lead. I guess, yeah, it was pretty reduced there, I would say, in terms of recommendations, because I think the wiping down was likely when I said, oh, wow, like, we'll just close them until we can figure out like Levy and everything.
so I think we have a couple options to move forward. If we want to get to the next level appeal, keep going down that path, we can take a vote tonight. If we deny it, that opens up that appeal. If we want to wait for contact with HUD and folks, we can continue, try to get that for next month.
Mhm.
That just delays any action happening. I would assume the HUD is not going to take any action on the orders that are out there if it's actively being pursued with the proper channels.
We'd be reaching out to Columbus Public Health.
Oh, yeah, sorry, not
Just to clarify. Just
Yeah.
make sure, I was like, I don't know if to do that part. so.
Wrong. So.
Yeah, I guess I just wish like, it takes a lot of time to keep coming back for my daughter. I wish with the business meeting, this had come up in the notes that you wanted, just in writing from the case manager since she wasn't contacted. So, I mean, it takes a lot just to like set up care to come here and so forth. So I just would have appreciated that to be communicated before.
Unfortunately, we did not have this past one due to unforeseen circumstances. We couldn't get enough folks with the quorum. I think that happened.
So I'm going to ask State Historic Preservation Office, person they're talking about in this is the person up at History Connection,
Yes,
just to make sure.
yes.
Okay.
And we do, the city of Columbus is a certified local government, so we have regular contact with them.
Yeah, I did it, yeah.
Reach out to them to see what information they have between the director on this matter based upon that city code section or Ohio revised code section.
I will, make the request to the historic preservation officer and they would handle that kind of thing.
Okay.
So that makes sense.
So with that, how would you like to proceed?
So then if we wait for you to get in contact with the manager, I have to come back next month, correct? There's no way to
Way to accelerate.
stop coming every month.
And the appeals option was also resolved in another variance.
Yeah.
Appeal would be with the Board of Appeals. It's their own salary.
I mean, just to like, okay.
And those are not regularly scheduled,
Let's schedule it.
but it's convenient to them. And then there's stuff going through the economic hardship piece,
Yeah, I mean,
which takes.
but would that even stand? Because I mean, it's not like the other was an alternative for what was recommended.
Criteria of economic hardship, and that will overrule our decision to deny visit.
Okay, or if this was denied now, I could go straight to, you said the Board of Appeals or? what was
Or
it?
economic hardship,
And if I didn't do that, you said there's another, did you say Board of Appeals or what is it?
Board of Commission Appeals.
Board of Commission Appeals.
So if we vote on it and deny it, you've got three paths going forward.
Mhm.
Doesn't cut any time out, unfortunately, okay? But you have a choice of which way you want to go after that. We've given you the platform to start that process.
Mhm.
If we just continue this, and it's exactly what Anthony's saying, just I'm backing you up here, Anthony, is you then have to go through some bureaucratic process with the State Historic Preservation Office and Health Department, et cetera, and we may be right back here next month, the same place.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I'll just wait for you guys to get in touch with the Department of Health and our case manager then. And then, so the vote would take place next month here, correct?
It could.
Okay, okay.
So you'd like us to continue your?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I am COA 2500489 Stewart Street. I move to continue the. Second.
Any question on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Move on to item number 2. COA 500752 180 Reinhardt. Once you're settled, you're ready to recommend. Go tell the truth, whole truth, the truth.
Do. Jesse Garner.
This is a request for action. Oh, and I am in charge of the screen. I apologize. Still getting used to the fun. This is a request for action for a variance recommendation request. The variances are 3332.18 BD to allow a lot coverage of 53%. And I'm going to pull up your site plan for this. And I'll just rotate the site plan on the screen for you all for now. To allow a lot coverage of 53% when 50% is the allowed maximum. 3332.27 to allow a rear yard of 19% when 25% is the minimum allowed. 3332.25 to allow a side yard total of 2.93 feet, noting the existing condition is 5.1 feet with the proposed maximum side yard total of 2.93 feet. 3332.26 to allow a side yard setback of 0.335 feet when 3 feet is the minimum allowed, which is an existing condition. And 3312.49C, table 2, to allow 1 parking space on the property when 2 is required, which is also an existing condition. The staff analysis of the design review at the July hearing. The commissioners present confirmed they had no issues with those variances. The required notices to be mailed before they would vote on the variance recommendation. The applicant confirmed to your staff that they mailed notices about the variances to the neighboring properties after the July hearing. And they did provide us the list of addresses that they mailed those to. The staff recommendation is that staff recommends the commission recommend the variances as submitted, noting that the commission did approve the design at the last hearing. The basis for the staff recommendation is consistent with German village guidelines for zoning variances on page.
Anything else to add?
No, I think that we've talked about this a lot. Yeah.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Yeah, obviously the last 3 we have no issue with because it's existing conditions, guidelines support all that.
Okay.
The other 2 is that you're exceeding the 50% lot coverage by 3%, which is basically within our tolerances of what we would recommend. That also affects the 19% because they trade off each other. So I have no problem with recommending these variances.
We also have the design and placement garage additions, so it's kind of a situation.
Yeah.
Right, any other questions or comments?
So do you like a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I would love a motion.
On item COA 2500752 180 Reinhardt Avenue, I recommend the variances.
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? I say that motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item number 3.
You were going to go with the.
Not
Oh, okay. No, that's okay.
Agenda order question.
We're moving item 13 forward, so 13 is going to be COA 2500698, 910 Mohawk Street. You swear to tell the truth? The whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Josh Tomey.
Thank you.
This is a request for action. Oh, let me get the right one. For an exterior building alteration, landscaping, and a variance recommendation. The exterior building alteration is for garage dormers. That is to add 2 dormers to the existing garage with trim and materials to match existing. Marvin elevate windows are proposed with 3 light fixtures. The landscaping to repave the asphalt driveway, to concrete the walkway in the rear between the fence and the driveway, and the new fence portions are to be added per the submitted site plan. The variance recommendation request is to 3332.38H to allow habitable space above the detached garage, and 3332.38G to allow for the maximum height to remain at 20 feet 2 inches and allow new dormers to be at 20 feet when 15 feet is the maximum. HPO staff note that is an existing height of the garage. The garage is not getting taller in this design. Staff analysis. HPO staff identified a few concerns with the proposed design: the light fixture size, the window configuration, and repaving of an asphalt parking area. The light fixtures proposed range from 16 inches to 20 inches in height and is typically considered too large. The windows in the drawing are shown to be 1/1 windows, but sample window photos is a 4/1, so just 1/1 would be an appropriate window configuration, but 4/4 might be considered too ornate, a 4/1. And that could just be a sample photo and not what is actually inside, so just clarity on that. And finally, HPO staff do recommend the commission determine if asphalt is appropriate driveway parking material for the property. While the commission cannot require the removal of an existing asphalt parking area, they can determine new asphalt is inappropriate. HPO staff would recommend a concrete or brick driveway. Staff does recommend approval of the application with the following conditions, and those conditions being the thing to be outlined there, which are smaller light fixtures to be selected that can be reviewed by HPO staff. Windows are to be 1/1 as shown on the drawings, and then the driveway to be concrete or brick for the commission's determination. The basis for that staff recommendation is through 1611 standards for alteration 1 through 12, the German Village Guidelines for additions 1 through 4, and the German Village Guidelines on zoning, page 139. The German Village Guidelines on walk, sidewalk, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and then 1 through 5. The German Village Guidelines for fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5, and the German Village Guidelines exterior considerations for 1 through 3, and then 5 and 6. We were asked about it today, so we did pull the information. The existing garage was approved in 1990 for construction.
Anything else to add?
I guess I'll just add the space above the garage as they were discussing was built with the original construction. So I believe that the original architect probably envisioned that there was going to be a space up there. We did get the staff notes, I think yesterday is when you guys sent them out. So I have kind of pre-clarified with the owners on those things. I'm Josh Tomey, I'm the architect beside Street Studio. That was a stock window. You're correct. The proposed windows are 1/1 for the new windows that are in place. The ones that do have the divided lights shown in those elevations, those are the existing locations. So for the new ones, which are on those dormers that you're seeing, that can be 1/1. So we're completely fine with that. And then I also called the manufacturer of the light fixture because I was noticing in the pictures that the backplate is actually lower. And so I was curious how they were measuring the height of the light fixture itself. So the globe piece on the small one is 10.5 inches tall. So I'm not sure if that made a big difference because the backplate is lower than where it mounts and kind of sticks down. So let me know that like when you minus kind of the top piece, which is a little bit decorative, and the bracket itself, the actual globe, so the visually impactful piece, is 10.5 inches. I don't know if that made a difference. And they're fine with switching all of them to that small size. So with a globe of 10.5 inches, if that would be considered acceptable. If not, we'll keep looking and like you're saying, do it through staff approval. And then the other item was the driveway specifically. We put there as replace the asphalt because they were originally going to seal it because it's existing asphalt, but it just looked a little bad in some of the edges. So that was why we were proposing to replace it. If that's not acceptable, they can switch to a concrete apron. So
Questions, Councilman Christian?
I'll start. Not a whole lot. So the addition of the dormers should read architecturally consistent with the existing non-historic garage. Number one, the roof dormers should be below the roof ledge. Granted, you've done it, but it's not significant. It's a gesture. I think they need to come down. The bridge needs to be lower.
do you have I'll say a threshold that you typically look for?
Look for at least a foot.
At least a foot?
Yeah.
So the current, as you can imagine, the idea is to kind of maximize the height within there. So the bearing point for the dormers right now on the edges are at 5 feet. So in terms of keeping an aesthetic pitch that looked a little bit more aligned with what was going on the outside, I thought that was appropriate. I think right now the difference is currently only 3 inches.
Yeah. So you could narrow the dormer, change the roof, or modify the pitch of the dormers. I don't think it necessarily needs to match the garage in my estimation.
Does that apply, I guess I'll say, as I said, to a non-historic garage?
Yeah, typically you're asking for an addition to an existing structure. So that being said, the windows that you're proposing for the dormer should match the existing window in the garage, which I think is a 2/2 according to what the drawings show.
Yes. There were photos.
So you've got 4/1 over here, the 1/1, I think 2/2 is appropriate.
So you like the way that those are divided currently? Okay,
It's what's on the garage now.
Sure.
I think it'll match it. The whole idea is that this is supposed to be architecturally consistent.
sure.
The light fixtures, number one, the light fixtures that were shown in the cut sheets don't match what was shown on the drawings. I didn't quite understand that. Garages typically, predominantly in the village, have light fixtures that are over the garage doors, not on either side straddling. And it's usually a much more utilitarian fixture, of
Yeah,
course, on the other
I
side.
was trying to find where that gooseneck was called out.
It's above it's on the top left picture right now. Above the door is where it's that picture's kind of, or where that.
And I'm not worried
Fixture is
about the
currently
front
located.
side of the property, I'm worried about, concerned about the alley side.
I will note, on Google Street View, there's a newer build garage directly adjacent to it. It does have light fixtures on both sides of the doors. I agree that the goosenecks over the garage door is the more typical, more or less ornate. It's an accessory structure to the garage, not a principal structure. Coach style lights add a historic flair that would not be typical of a garage, which is a utilitarian structure. I think the goosenecks is what we typically see to achieve that utilitarian look.
Something similar to that, huh?
Similar, yeah. The dormer, not opposed to dormers in general. That garage next door has a dormer
Yeah.
on the one side. I feel
Be a little worried you'd be looking into the next door neighbor's dormer.
one step back, so it'd be kind of a cross look.
I think that's a pretty common German village condition where you look
Yeah.
immediately at your neighbor. So
Yeah, I'm not worried
Not really about it, just more of a comment.
about it.
right. I mean, they're centered for aesthetic reasons
Yeah.
within the other. So
I agree with Ned on the height of that dormer ridge. Needs to come down disengaged from the primary ridge.
sure.
I would push back on that a little bit on one foot, and say enough to allow for typical grid roll, and it's not, great, but for standard grid roll, we see through
Yeah,
over top of it. But,
I think if we use adjacency, look at the one next door, it is down significantly. So if we have one,
they have a whole pitch.
Is there a world in which aligning it and making it more like a cross gable would be appropriate?
I think the garage has been built that way.
Okay.
And my final comment is recommendations on page 125, when paving work is being done for driveways, walks, and patios, use the recommended brick patterns. So in other words, a recommended brick. Other paving materials can be used subject to German Village Commission approval. I don't think we've ever approved asphalt.
That's fine. We can do concrete as they recommended. They can.
what's their definition 2007, we've probably done that any
Yeah.
first place.
Perhaps, yeah.
Do you have one other question? Your application does show downspouts and gutters being added to the garage plan.
It is, yep.
We're doing half round downspouts.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yep.
Makes sense that the photos show a,
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. I love the concept. They're just experiencing rot, so.
So that's part of this package to add gutters and downs?
It is.
it's not on the,
Okay.
That was probably our agenda. It's not. Eric.
the half rounds do match the Rapid style.
Okay.
It's just that the drawings don't show that. They will look up.
With that, the dormers have the same style and perpendicular cut. We're not doing a straight cut.
Correct, yep. It's gonna match the existing cut.
I was just gonna point to the commission, just to get it on the record, because they're proposing the Marvin elevate window, which is permitted in German Village for new construction, it's a new construction garage, but just wanted to make sure the commission made note of, like, was aware of that.
Yeah.
On the approved window list.
It's 2/2.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can work it out of the.
Yeah,
motion.
that's totally fine. Yep.
Nice note.
Not a big deal, just to be consistent.
Oh, sorry.
So we've got gutters being added, got Windows acceptable because of this newer construction, 1990.
Drop the bridge of the, dormer foot
I can do that.
on the verb.
Saying it's foot down elevation, you're saying it's foot down slope.
In elevation. I think it's easy way to. Gonna have to do that too, probably. He's gonna have to narrow it or change the slope.
Yeah, I'll make it so that the
Yeah,
pit,
whichever way you-
the ridge is 1 foot total, sure.
Clarification on the raft tails dormers being perpendicular to match the existing raft tails.
You say the 2/2.
Yep.
The asphalt, concrete, brick.
You got all that? No.
Yes, just, are you good with concrete or brick, or has to,
We said concrete or brick, they want to do concrete.
so concrete, okay, thank you.
Concrete, but it's driveway. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Lighting.
The lighting.
We can move them to above the garage doors. We're not gonna die on that hill by any
Go
means.
for utilitarian fixture, staff approval.
Okay. Would you consider the left fixture to be utilitarian, or is that too flashy?
On the cut sheets?
The one on the, I don't know if you guys are seeing the same screen as us, or as they click through.
I think that's better.
Okay.
The brass. Upper fixture good on the color being provided.
Yeah.
I'll let the owner know, and if they want a different utilitarian structure, I'll
But that's
ask them, so.
That's the idea. So that I'll take care of over the double man door, over the garage doors. The single man door on the side, are you still proposing?
If that's considered appropriate, if not, I mean, with the small, I would like the small one, is what she really likes, the small one specifically on the side there.
I have no problem with that. It's.
Okay. But we can change the ones over the door then.
Sure.
Last note is there's a drawings, a new concrete walkway that's behind fencing, so not visible like any public way.
Mr. Chairman, on A 2500698910 Mohawk Street, I move to approve as amended by the applicant. That work?
As long as all of your co-commissioners are on the same page with all of those items.
Okay.
Being included, like everyone understands, yeah.
Second. Are there any questions on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, I said that motion passes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. let's move back up. And we are on the staff recommended applications. So we're on, oh, nope, we're on the continued applications. So we're number 3, COA 250051057 Cedar Alley.
That application was withdrawn by the applicant about 30 minutes before we came.
For the tier.
Yeah.
We could see what's in general, if we can.
I can ask her.
The contractor,
She'll ask.
always looking for slick alternatives.
Yeah.
Okay, moving ahead to item number 4, COA 250057887 Purdy Alley. Once you're both settled, grab hands, one each. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
We do.
Your name?
Sheila Giles.
Ron Bartlett.
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration. Via email, there have been some changes to what is proposed by the applicant, so I'll clarify for those for you as well. Your agenda reads as to remove the existing vinyl siding and install new LP smart siding and trim. and then new gutters and downspouts. The applicant did by email say that they'd like to request instead to do retaining of the existing vinyl to be painted and then to replace trim and fascia with the LP Smart Siding product, but the siding is to remain. And they can clarify if there's any more information on that. So some of the staff report is based on what was on the agenda and not that recent change, so. But the following is from the now approved July 2025 GDC hearing minutes where the application was continued. Commissioner comments, Commissioner provided that party siding would not be supported and noted that LP Smart Siding was currently on the Commission's review of active test cases. True exterior wall would be allowable as a replacement siding with existing vinyl. Composite trim might be supported in coordination with real wood siding. The applicant proposed new composite material and bring a physical sample to a future hearing. And photos of the asbestos siding beneath the existing vinyl siding should be provided for the next review. Those images have been provided. I identified them. They're at the top. They're the pages 1 through 3 to show the underlay. I don't say it's.
Did Clancy do that? Huh? Did Clancy do that? Yes, yeah.
And then I will read you. The recommendation is to, based on what was on the agenda, our recommendation was continuation, but the application was changed. The basis for that recommendation though was 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 12. The German Village guidelines on siding 1 through 7. The German Village design guidelines on artificial siding and the 2005 amendments for specifications. You can find those photos for you.
She finds those. Anything else to add?
I can't think of anything except, I guess we mentioned before that the LP siding was, or any siding other than vinyl was expensive, so we decided to go with paint.
So you're keeping the siding or replacing something?
Yes, the windows, the window trim, we think is rotted underneath. It's got aluminum cladding on it. So we would like to, of course, take the cladding off and look at the rot and replace the rot. We'd like to replace it with LP Smart trim because it's more durable. And wood is, more problematic, but I would have a request. So if we replace the wood, the contractor recommended we put the aluminum cladding back on to protect the wood.
Well, this one of my questions was, I'm not sure where this falls relative to the guidelines.
Mm.
The siding being removed is not original. Siding below is asbestos shingles, which is not desirable.
Right.
If there's any original siding below that, we don't know what it is or what condition it is. Would it be inappropriate to replace the existing with the same in kind, which is what we've had a conversation here with?
Right.
And my question is, it would help to have a better understanding of the goal of the project. Would repair of the existing siding system suffice with an application of paint?
Yeah, I know it's not ideal.
It's not, but it may be acceptable to the guidance, certainly,
Oh, okay,
as far as painting goes,
right.
and gets you kind of where you need to be. I'm assuming there may be some repair work that needs to be done on the siding, caulking, whatever, that
Yes.
goes along with that.
Yes.
The question then is, to me, is the LP Smart material as used as trim acceptable? And I think we've got a conversation about that in new business tonight, do we not?
For your LP Smart Siding, sorry,
Yeah.
for the LP Smart Siding, it is on the new business as a test review or test case review.
I don't know if it matters, but the house directly across the alley has just put on all new siding. They tore off the wood and put LP Smart siding.
We are aware that there is a city order on that house and that it is totally not in compliance with the guidelines.
We were wondering.
I thought so, but I'm not
Not
happy.
talking about it.
Questions for you. Where to paint the siding,
Mhm.
and if you're gonna deal with the trim, I'm assuming you're gonna take off the shutters.
Yeah, have to take off the shutters too.
Planning on starting back.
You're gonna say,
Or just putting these back on.
do we have to decide that today?
We'll do whatever you want. But I think we were leaning towards taking the shutters off, but of course, we don't know what it looked like until we take them off, right?
I don't like them.
General stance is if the shutters were original operable shutters.
Right.
Then they belong. These are obviously faux shutters and inoperable, they're just bolted to the wall,
Right,
not appropriate for the house. General, if you're looking to take them off, I don't think any pushback from the commission here. If I take them off, I have the screw holes filled in.
right.
So just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Okay,
As far as the trim goes, we'll talk about material in a second. Taking off aluminum or metal cladding and putting that back on, it's gonna get chewed up taking it off. So whatever you do, you're getting new.
right, it would be new plating, yeah.
So if they're gonna take the
Trim off.
trim off, like
Oh,
trim, the
gotcha.
metal cladding down.
And it's really a repair. It's, we're not looking really to replace the trim, but we're pretty sure it's rotted wood underneath. I don't know if that matters to you, but
If they rotted wood, that we've got no problem with replacing bar, not wood.
But how much is that gonna impact the existing site?
no, it's not gonna impact the siding. Yeah, it's only gonna,
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanna make sure that.
It's just, are we okay as a commission with taking off metal covering of the trim and putting metal cover back on the trim?
I don't think they're putting the metal cover back on the new trim. I think the new trim's just.
that's one possibility. If you wanted if you didn't approve LP siding, then we would have to put wood on, and the contractor recommends they put wood
It's
clad.
like-
Yeah,
I think non-cladding is the better option.
Oh, I agree. And I would also say I support trying this on this because makes sense.
yeah, right.
I will say that at materials provided, if I can get this back real quick. So this is the biggest example, so I use this.
Right. That's soffit. Oh, no, it would be smooth. We don't have a sample of smooth.
So the have here as far as the vent soffit, from what it's showing here, the vent itself is only available in the textured.
Oh, well,
If
okay,
you want to talk about the venting as well. So typically we want to make sure venting is not visible. In your case, it's the underside of a pitch soffit.
right.
Not sure how visible it would be in this application, as
Well-
opposed to a flat soffit where you can see it.
Well, the existing soffit is vinyl, and we'd be okay putting vinyl back on, but when we do the fascia, we'll have to disconnect it from the soffit. So we'll have to put something on, whatever you approve of.
Venting, is it renting there currently?
There is no hat, I don't know if there might be a hat vent on the other side, but there's no ridge vent.
You got no venting under the soffit, and you gotta you're looking to replace the soffit. They do make the smooth finish soffit.
Okay.
That's the one we would want. We wouldn't want the faux wood.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you didn't have soft, smooth. Yeah, I got it.
And that goes for all the trim we want with the.
Right, it's all smooth.
Faux wood finish.
Right, right,
Your wood doesn't have that texture unless it's.
Right.
really worn down and bent.
yeah.
I'm okay with the smooth finish trim, put on, the shutters coming off. We want to paint the vinyl.
Okay,
What about the color? Do you have to approve the color?
Colors go to staff.
Excuse me?
Colors go to staff.
okay, good, great.
Okay.
We didn't reply about the color because it's a dark blue, it's appropriate, so.
Oh, yeah, but our contractor he just came over today to tell me the dark blue is not appropriate for vinyl because any dark color can cause the vinyl to warp the heat. So a light blue is more recommended. So I emailed you a
Okay.
couple
Okay.
lighter blues.
Okay, in the door.
That's all right.
New gutters and downspouts,
Mhm.
looking under For rafter tails,
Yeah, they're 45s instead of 90-degree angles and,
basic cutback.
right. And the contractor recommends taking them out so that the new gutters fasten smoothly and keep any water from getting behind them.
Typically recommend, so there's perpendicular cut, rafter tails, and there's plumb cut.
Plumb, right.
If perpendicular exists, the appropriate gutters to go back are half rounds. Right now you've got box gutter, you have cased out gutters. If
Okay.
they're plumb,
Uh-huh.
that's where cased out is appropriate. That's why the contractor's saying, you got case styles, extend the ref tails out to make it plumb cut,
Right.
so the case style fits.
Yeah, we talked to the contractor about that. It was his recommendation and we don't have any preference. If you want to keep the 45s, that's fine.
Say keep 45, that's what's historically there.
That's fine.
Put half rounds on and then you know it should be.
Okay.
What's the technical term for better type that you're talking about?
Half rounds.
Half rounds, okay, thank you.
Good 5 or 6 inch. It's actually. It looks plumb because there's a gutter stop at the very edge. Kind of.
Okay.
You have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. The half-round gutters, I believe they work with a hanger that goes underneath the shingles in the roof. Is that correct? Is that gonna cause some problems with the roof?
There's several kind of hangers.
Okay.
There's a kind that like sit like a saddle under the half rounds and the strap
Oh, yeah.
comes up under the shingles. You got a style that has like a saddle and then there's like a bolt plate that can bolt back to a soffit.
Right,
And then there's hidden half round gutters, which I'm actually exploring at my house, where it sits inside the half round because the half round comes up, it's got two little lips on the inside of it. It sits underneath there and then you have a rod that pops up to the roof. So it kind of hangs down from the center as opposed to strapping underneath. So there's 3 different hanger options that are out there.
oh, boy. Yeah, my concern is just if it goes underneath the roof, I don't know if damage to the roof would be a problem or, when you replace them, you have to replace them if you replace the soffits.
It's a question for.
Oh, maybe not.
Contractor.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Okay, okay. We might not have to replace the soffits if we don't replace the 45. Yeah, fascia board, right? Okay.
Depending on the condition of the shingles, typically you can lift it up fast and let it go down. If it's super old brittle, that's when you run the risk of snapping them. Be careful.
Yeah.
You can put the hanger on top of the shingles, screw through, as long as you do a good job of weatherproofing. It's not the best installation.
Yeah.
But it's installation. So there are options that are out there.
Okay, Thank you.
The other thing they could do is they could put on top of the shingle, put a new row of shingles flipped up underneath that last and cover it back up. So
Ah, there you
two
go.
rows of shingles.
yeah.
Okay.
We still packing the next version.
All righty.
So I think on item COA 2500578, 873 Purdy Avenue, Purdy Alley, I move to approve as revised by the applicant. They're going to keep the siding and replace the trims with LP Smart Finish Smooth Trim, half-round gutters, on the, in lieu of what they've got K-style. And I think the third item is if the soffit needs to be replaced, is with a smooth and soffit. So that's all right.
And
Yes.
she removed the
That sounds right.
shutters.
Oh, the shutters are removed and not replaced.
Second.
Great, thank you.
Did you want trim to match existing or to match skylines?
In this case, it needs to be existing. Guideline to get you cutting the vinyl siding to get yours. Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, it's not, I'm just curious what that means.
So if your trim right now is not per guidelines width wise,
Uh,
it's either smaller or larger,
uh,
means guidelines won't fit your application and we're telling you just replace exactly with the width you've got.
right,
So you don't have a problem.
yeah. Are they not the right width? Is that what you're
No
saying?
idea.
Oh, okay.
The guidelines typically
Just say,
the header of your window extends beyond the vertical trim.
Oh, right,
And the-
okay,
The sill plate extends beyond the vertical trim.
right,
Yours are just square.
right,
T70s, final.
yeah. Someday in the future, when we win the lottery, we're gonna do this much better.
Be here.
It's not a lie.
Question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Yeah.
Watch your step with before it sits.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Take care. Move on to item 5, COA 2500591 City Park. Mr. Settle, raise your hand. The truth, whole truth, not the truth.
I do.
Okay.
Juliet Newberry.
This is an exterior alteration for gutters and siding that was continued at the July hearing. Remove the existing siding on the rear addition and replace with the LP smart siding board and back in the color Summit Blue. To install new 5-inch gutters for the rear addition roof. To remove, I think these trim items were removed, the facial work removed from the application, or do you still want that considered?
I would like to hear both sides, if that's okay.
I'll read this as it is.
Cool.
To remove the existing flat roof and install new aluminum wrapped new fascia. To replace the flat metal roofing with new EPDM rubber, and to install asphalt shingle roof with new Certainty nickel gray asphalt shingles from the approved list. This application was continued after the July, so the commissioner comments. During a review of the proposed addition in January of 2025, the commission suggested that in considering the addition, they were likely to consider the second floor addition as non-historic and non-contributing, allowing for alterations to the second floor addition for the larger proposal. And to clarify, that was a larger proposal for extensions to that addition that were proposed in January of this year that had been moved on from. The German Village Commission has approved LP Smart Siding Board and Batten twice before with 753 Mohawk Street in 2022 and 921 South LaSalle Street in 2021. So there are 2 test cases for this, for the board and batten product specifically. The staff recommendation is approval of all detailed clarification submitted to staff with the following conditions. Those conditions being the fascia board and trim are replaced like for like with no soffit venting and using wood, not aluminum. And the standards for the basis for staff recommendation is City Code 316, standards for alteration 1 through 12, the German Village Guidelines for siding 1 through 7, and the German Village Design Guidelines for artificial siding, and the 2005 amendments for specifications for artificial siding. That's all from us.
Anything else to add?
No, I would just like to get approval for the owner, even if it's not something that Able Roof as a contractor can do. If it's out of our scope of work, so be it. And I want to clarify, I guess, ask, is that common or is that allowed? Like if we obtain the COA and then inform the homeowner, unfortunately, we can't meet all the requirements of the COA. Can they use another contractor to finish like
Sure.
the like for like trim specifically? We just don't have the craftsmanship to be able to do that.
The application goes with the property.
Okay. Okay, okay.
And if there are issues with the permitting side of things after this process, they just reject it.
Okay, okay.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, my question is what's meant by replacing the existing decorative trim on the flat roof and installing aluminum wrap new fascia? I don't see that it's in the drawings right now. I don't get what we're talking about.
Well, we wouldn't be able to replace those box gutters that are existing that are
On the flat
rotten.
roof.
The upper roof, the bottom roof is not getting touched.
So I'm gathering from other pictures, these gutters are gone.
Well, the metal roof that's on top of there now just covered up the existing box gutters. So there's no drainage, there's nothing around
That's
that
why I can't see
extension.
from the other pictures. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
got no-
yeah. So we're unable to replace that like for like, but we would want to at least be able to do the other parts of the contract for the homeowner and leave them to find a different contractor if needed to.
So you want to put a rubber roof on this roof?
Correct.
Okay, so can you do that and engage the existing gutter that's capped over?
We don't really know until we tear off the metal. Yeah,
And that's the way I would want to go. with
Yeah.
this. I'm not sure. We don't know what as you said, we don't know what the condition of that.
unfortunately not, yeah.
If I can make a recommendation, I think if the application is amended to say what Commissioner Field is suggesting of rubber roof it using this and gut that's there, that gets you, have to move forward to remove the metal or peel up the metal, see what's there. And it turns out that it's not repairable, not salvageable, not doable. Homeowner can always come back to amend the application with a new option, but we'll then have the information we need to deviate from a repair, replacement job.
Okay, so how would that work logistically? Tearing off the metal roof, but stopping work if we found that it was unrepairable?
If you could, Catherine, you could pull up a corner, cut out a corner.
Okay.
Of what's there. just
Okay.
that's like-
Gotcha, okay,
Maybe they'll put the rubber roof on and not finish up the edge
yeah,
and give them time to come in for a solution on the gutter edge condition that still needs to be resolved.
okay,
That would give them a waterproof
yeah,
roof for the time being. It could just hang over
yeah,
until you guys get it resolved.
okay. That's,
So that way,
yeah,
Got a couple of questions of everybody else. EPDM color black,
yes.
that's all, okay. There's references to thunder vents. The thunder vents.
I think there's a thunder,
Googled it and Google AI piece was like, such thing as thunder vents. I'm like, okay.
yeah, it's, like e-venting, but we're not doing that at this property.
This is thunder vent 6 each. Page 13 application under the material order. I'm wondering if it's the venting on top of the roof, because it looked like there were 6 from the aerial, but I couldn't quite tell from the grading.
So that material list would need to be adjusted since we wouldn't be replacing any vents. We would be adding ridge roll. And I don't know if there's any valleys, but yeah, we would not be putting in any or replacing any existing venting. We change it to the ridge venting for sure.
This is clarification, because it's gonna be on the COA, you know.
Yeah.
And venting on the soffit.
Nope.
down.
Yeah.
And then my other notes. So we're saying smart side board and batten to replace, a couple questions on that. Finish, smooth finish.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Smooth finish. You got it. Yes.
I was looking through the smart side materials, just to make sure we understand what they are. They come with a sheet, a 48 by 8 sheet, but they also have a 16-inch by 16-foot long board, vertical boards. What would the application you use? Would you use the boards or use a 4x8 sheet?
I'm not sure on that. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just curious for our sake.
Yeah.
Or investigating this material.
Yeah.
The last piece is so that's the board for the battens. Looks like we'd be looking for the 440 or 540 series trim, which has that brush smooth finish. And then the width of the battens, 440 and 540 is different depth. 540 is deeper than the 440. The 1.5-inch wide boards are probably what you want, but they have like a 2.5 as well.
Okay.
Want that information identified, provided to staff.
Okay.
So we don't come out and we end up with 4-inch wide batten over top of the boards.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are my thoughts. I guess window trim was a mention, so we would be using the same LP Smart Side and smooth the trim around the windows if necessary.
Correct.
are you replacing them?
The windows,
The window trim?
it only if necessary. If they can keep the existing, the window trim looks like it's in good shape.
Just thinking having just gone through some roofing itself. To have in the application to retain existing, if needs to be replaced, don't be smart side, smooth finish, trim around the windows. That way, if you need it, you have it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
And on COA 2500591 City Park Avenue, I move to approve as amended. No venting, retain the existing fascia and engage the rubber roof into it. And if need be, LP smart siding trim for the windows is approved. That's it.
Did you want the board and, sorry, did you want the board and batten to be the third test case for LP board and batten?
Because we have not reviewed the new materials, I think it's the appropriate step.
Yeah.
We did that first, I think we'd be.
Straight
approvals.
Yep.
So we'll do this test case and then all test case means is once it's installed, just the contact stamp, let them know it's there, so we can track it at the proper intervals.
Okay.
To put it on the official approved test case list. And once we get enough test cases that are acceptable and longevity and build, find it good across the board, we can add it to our approved list of materials.
Sounds good.
Subject demolition. Subject demolition.
They can if they want, I think they can go ahead and take the metal roof off, put the rubber one on, and if there's a problem, they can just let it hang down until they can resolve what that is.
Okay.
I was second.
Any questions on the motion? In favor?
Aye.
Yes. Let's have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
On to item number 6, COA 2500551 Bravo 192 Thurman Avenue. Ready?
Yes, sir. I do. Mark hours.
Sure, thank you. This is a request for action that was continued at the last hearing for landscaping in the front yard for the fence and wall. On the front yard, we install a 21-inch high stacked Indiana limestone, 21-inch high, the cadence right there, stacked Indiana limestone landscape wall. Noting that the front yard landscaping does involve the proposed removal of the historic front yard fence that was denied by the German Village Commission within the German Village. Well, to determine that you review that again with the proposed new replacement, which is what you have before you. The following is we now approve July 2025 GDC hearing minutes. Commissioner comments. Commission noted that a real stone retaining wall may be supported, but found that cut block proposed to be inappropriate material. Some commissioners suggested a fence would be more suitable replacement option for the historic fence. But other commissioners concluded they could be supportive of a retaining wall and appropriate material and appearance. The commission requested HBO staff check the records for approvals of the existing retaining wall submitted by the applicant for the next review. The staff recommendation is the staff does recommend the commission continue the application to allow time for the applicant to pursue a landscaping plan that is more in line with German Village guidelines and city code. And the basis for that recommendation went through on 613 and site improvements A, the German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, the German Village guidelines on fences and walls, and the German Village guidelines for exterior considerations 1 through 6. That's all from me.
Ed?
So the application is the same as it was last month, with the exception that we have changed the precast material to real Indiana limestone per the photo in the packet. Cut steps, there's the wall.
Questions, comments on the question?
So of course I'm gonna talk about the fence. Specifically in the guidelines, wrought iron fences are mentioned as a specific characteristic of German village. City Code 3116.11.6 states that deteriorated architectural features, which I consider this to be one, shall be repaired rather than replaced whenever possible. In the event replacement is necessary, the new material shall match the material being replaced in composition, design, color, texture, and other visual qualities. Repair or replacement of missing architectural features shall be based on accurate duplications of features substantiated by historic, physical, or pictorial evidence rather than a conjectural designs or the availability of different architectural elements from other structures. And it stipulates that duplication of the historic but currently available solutions have been permitted. This would be analogous to a lot of items that we've done, including most test cases for siding materials and alternate roofing materials, and of course, current wrought iron fence designs offered by local companies to replace lost iron fences for installation of new fences. So I'm not for removal of this fence without it being replaced by something similar. I do not ever recall the removal of a fence in the village without a replacement. Regarding the wall, there exists a wrought iron fence with a retaining wall behind it at a distance to allow planting between the two that exists in the village. I would support that.
Comments, questions?
So you're proposing that a additional fence in front of this landscape?
Additional,
The landscape.
replace existing fence
Yes.
with an appropriate available fence that's manufactured currently. And a distance behind that would be, to me, because we already have it. Can't say we don't have it. There is, and it's a high wall compared to, I think, what Mark's actually proposing. That has a distance of, I think it's two and a half feet.
Yeah, there are several in the neighborhood that are layered
Yeah.
in the yard steps. I understand the context that the existing magnolia tree makes that design solution not really feasible. We'll be in the root ball if we try to push the wall back and try to put a fence in front of it and get appropriate distance. And with all due respect, the house literally next door had a historic fence that eventually got a COA issued for its demolition. There's no fence there now. I'm happy to do the research and see if there are others, but I think we've crossed the bridge that the fence that's there can't be saved. I don't see the purpose in putting a Disneyland version of a fence back.
And that's your version, Mark, of it. I don't consider it a Disneyland version because we have a lot of current Fortran designs that everybody in the village are very happy with. And it is characteristic of German village.
I understand your disposition. I wish the historic fence could be repaired.
I agree, but I agree, it's not there. And I don't think all the fencing that you've got matches.
No, probably doesn't. I mean, it's like a Frankenstein
Yeah,
piece
I
of
agree.
bits as it is.
Still, there was a fence there and I think it needs to stay.
And I'm of the opinion that to use the term, the Frankenstein of the fence, it's indicative that it is not the original. Was it old? Yes. Is it contributing? By age, maybe, it's 40 years old.
But anyways, yeah.
The cobbling together would be grabbing parts and pieces from old fences and throwing them on the site at a certain point in time.
The issue is there was a fence always there for a long time, and it's a characteristic of this property.
If the characteristic then is Frankenstein cobbled together fence,
That's what we've got now.
and you go back with a single type of fence, are we saying we should put back cobbled together version of modern fence.
Or should we just, they don't demolish it and leave it as it is?
No,
No, I agree with that.
leaving the rotting fence.
I don't think that's appropriate.
I think it hinges on whether I should believe that this is a historic feature that needs to be put back if that's set for the guidelines, or if a limestone wall is the appropriate placement for a fence that you don't believe is a contributing historic feature. I think that's what it comes down to. I think that's just a matter of a vote. I don't think there's much more. It is ideological lines conversation, unless there's some other piece of information. Anything else you want to add before we take a vote?
The only comment I would make to the statement you just made is this is not a full commission. I can't remember the last time I saw a full commission. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage with the fact that you barely met a quorum tonight. So if there's more than one other dissent, then I need to request a continuance. I don't think it's fair to call the question without more members.
And for record, we had one extra member who couldn't make it tonight. We're two bodies down. We had Commissioner Durst's term ran up, she chose not to renew, and the other individual stepped down. So we're at a 5 individual panel at this point.
I understand that's a you problem. That puts the general public in a terrible pickle.
Favor. Poll. Word.
Actually, sorry, I do have a question on the plan before. The limestone,
It's
this side, that's.
Yeah. Yeah, correct. There's a significant grade change between our yard and the duplex to the east. That sidewalk is lower than the existing grade. Yeah, there's quite a bit of hill there now. There's no fencing there now, but I suspect that it was there at once upon a time.
This is just hedge.
Oh, yeah, the plantings were all, yeah, exactly. The plantings were already approved in a previous application. The extents of the wall are the gray, so it's a small U and then a big J.
Will that all stay the same elevation going back?
Yes. No, it's the same elevation. The grade of the yard's fairly constant. If you look at that photo on the right,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it slopes towards the street a hair, but it's relatively flat.
In favor of the application.
Mr. Chairman, I would call the question then, please.
Is there a motion?
And item COA 250051B, 92 Thurman Avenue, front yard fence and wall. I move to approve as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion passes.
Sorry, who was the second? Thank you.
Moving ahead to item number 7, COA 2500739. Again, 192 Thurman Avenue. Let the record show the applicant is still on the record. Still sworn in. Thank you.
This is a request for action for a new application for landscaping for the front yard walk. To install a front yard walk using the Belden paver brick in the color carbon black per the submitted site plan. Staff analysis noting a previous review of paving materials in the front yard was denied at the July 2025 GBC hearing. This new application is only for the paver portion of the front yard walkway and has been amended to propose the use of Belden paver in the color carbon black. HBO staff do recommend the applicant use typical German village red bricks, as non-typical paving materials have consistently not been approved by the German Village Commission in front yards. Red brick is the most appropriate paving material per the German Village guidelines. Staff recommendation is to continue the application to allow time for the applicant to pursue a landscaping plan that is more in line with German Village guidelines and city code. The basis for this recommendation is City Code 31613, standards for site improvements A, and the German Village Guidelines on walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and then recommendations 1 through 5. And then also for the German Village Guidelines exterior considerations, recommendations 1 through 3, 5, and 6.
Just ahead.
So the change in the of this from last month is we've changed the material to real brick. It's the same herringbone pattern, still addressing the same primary entry. Based on the color palette of the project, we would really like to do this gray color. We think the red would be jarring with everything else that we've got going on. So I'm back asking for real brick in the carbon black.
Questions, comments from the commission?
What's the sidewalk with that? Or green queen?
And this is just the entry walk from the top of the stairs to the house.
Correct. It's just that back where that number 7 on the site plan there, yeah. Goes from the public walk to the cut stone steps that were just approved up to the first set of stone steps at the first door.
Within not forward. Red brick is the GV characteristic color. Carbon black is not a compatible color with the environment and the surrounding contributing properties as quoted from Lake guidelines.
I could see a situation where the brick grade in that front that leads to the steps is a color in keeping with German Village, and then the ones that are raised above.
I had a similar thought, but not the same, of, I think the stuff at the public way should be read, should read from Village. I think it's existing red brick that went to the original house. In my opinion, should have red to the original house. Anything beyond that, going to the new addition portion, I could see altering color if that's the reach. It's proposed concrete. Yes, that's the next application.
Yeah.
We'll get there when we get there.
I could see that being a dividing point.
I agree.
Yeah.
I do believe that the size of the brick is appropriate as compared to the previous application. I think the color that's provided here is less problematic than what was previous. If it's not as dark, it's more grayed. But that said, it's not red. I think this speaks more towards some of the concrete pavers that we see around the village that are kind of a gray color that have not been approved, that's done over time.
Mr. Chairman, based on the conversation, I'd like to amend my application to be a standard red brick that will be submitted to staff.
Yeah. Item COA 2500739 Thurman Avenue, landscaping front yard walk. Build in Praver brick as a standard red brick to be approved by staff. So move.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, let's have it, the motion passes. Moving on to item 8, COA 2500740, once again, 192 Thurman Avenue, and the applicant is still sworn in. Nick?
This is a request for action for landscaping for the front yard walk to install a front yard concrete walkway for the submitted site plan. Staff analysis notes that previous review of paving materials in the front yard was denied in July 2025 GBC hearing. This application is only for the concrete portion. As this application has previously been denied and the application is currently submitted does not appear to have substantial changes to the design, HPO staff suggests the commission table the application in lieu of continuation. Noting that applications are typically tabled when they are not deemed sufficient for action with the materials submitted. The staff recommendation is to table, as stated, and the basis for that recommendation is City Code 31613, standards for site improvements A, the German Village Guidelines for walks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and then recommendations 1 through 5, and then the German Village Guidelines for exterior considerations, recommendations 1 through 3, 5, and 6.
Anything else to add?
I do. I take exception with the staff report. This site plan is different than the one that was submitted last month. This proposal that's on the screen is for planking the concrete and not creating a kind of sea of concrete. We did change the configuration when we received the comment from staff that the application needed to be significantly different. So I'm again here asking for some understanding that this walk is secondary. It's to a concrete stoop. It's past the principal face of the primary structure. It's past the principal sidewalk that I just agreed to be red brick. No one's really going to see this concrete other than the mailman.
My question is, on your drawing, we're talking about what is called poured paved path.
Sorry, she just changed the drawing to the,
Yeah, so page 2 is your.
yes, poured paved path. Yes, we're talking about the portion from the brick
Yep.
to the stoop.
I have no problem with this.
Question.
Yes,
First off,
gravel.
color, is just gonna be bare raw concrete, is it gonna be tinted a different color, what are we looking?
I had not intended to tint it. No, my intent was to just use regular concrete. The stoop's going to be regular concrete.
Kind of special finishing, room finish?
It's probably just going to be broom finished.
I think this is in line with someone's steppers. Typically see as opposed to field of concrete, which is what we are definitely against. That was the issue. This makes it more of an architectural element. My previous comment stands about the transition from historic entry path to this.
Yep. I agree with all that.
One question for you, Mr. Hours.
Yes.
Around the building, there was concrete going around the side.
Yeah.
There's the approved concrete from the fence back. that is
We'll
not
just
approved.
put the gravel in that bit that goes to the gate.
That was gonna be my question then. Are you gonna stop the gravel?
How are we going to stop the gravel? Is that what you? We'll have edging.
I was wondering where, if you're having.
Oh, if there wasn't something there, yes, I understand.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500740190 Thurman Avenue, landscaping front walk, install concrete walkway, which is designated as poured paved path. Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
One other clarification. There are the dimensions of the board paved path, which the
Understood.
gaps and everything, all that sized out. And for staff purpose, I think, what's the any disagreement with the commission, the purpose of verifying that is to make sure it's not just a quarter-inch gap. I don't think that
Do you want to
do
just
that.
give us dimension?
I'll submit the dimension drawing. I don't know what they are off the top of my head and I don't want to misspeak.
I want to make sure that the gaps is enough to frame the stone, it's not just a hairline gap.
What would the minimum be?
I mean, if you're looking at a stepper, I'm gonna say
2 inches.
that's also what kind of gravels.
Rework for you, Mr. Hours.
It's getting a little it's getting a little big. Could we say 2? Minimum of 2? Thank you.
All right, amend the motion to a minimum 2-inch gap between poured paved paths
For gravel.
or gravel.
Still second.
A second. Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Let's have the motion passes. And we have back to my agenda, item number 9, COA 2500747. Once again, 192 Thurman Avenue, let the record show applicant is still sworn in. Thank you.
This is a request for action, and I apologize for the landscaping on your staff reports and exterior building alteration. This is changes to an approved design to use the James Party Artisan Siding nickel gap siding with a 9-inch exposure, or 9-inch exposed, sorry, rather than the previously approved or ultra exterior nickel gap siding, COA 2400418 on the carriage house. Staff analysis, this design was previously approved for Boral True Exterior. And it was amended at the applicant's request for that approval at the hearing. Hardy has consistently not been supported by the German Village Commission. Staff recommends the applicant, or the commission continue the application. And the basis for that recommendation is 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 12. The German Village guidelines for siding 1 through 7, and the German Village guidelines for artificial siding, and the 2005 amendments on artificial siding.
Else to add?
I do. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the artisan line. This is not garden variety hardy. This is literally their equal to Boral. I have a piece of both. If I could approach, you guys could see this. I've used this myself professionally on other projects. As someone who has put hardy clapboard on a project that they owned in the past, I can understand it's not pleasant design wise. It's wavy, it's flimsy. That stuff is not. Boral has gotten exceedingly expensive. I'm in a situation where the James Hardy folks are willing to help us out from a cost perspective. The only difference in the products are the Hardy product comes in 12-foot lengths instead of 16s. And actually the Hardy product only comes in one exposure, which is slightly wider than the one that I got approved. And I actually think that's better given the heights that I'm dealing with. And this is on the secondary structure, which is new construction.
Mark, what is this? Material was.
It's the same composition. It's just significantly thicker. And because it's it's not really a tongue and groove, but it's a lap situation, all the fasteners will be. That was one of the other annoying things about the original Hardy product is the amount of caulking and stuff that they have to do is just ridiculous.
With this being vertical, you're gonna have long runs of the stuff. What's the butt end condition like?
I think it just laps like a hardwood floor would. I mean, it happens like there when you see it horizontally. I'm sure there's joints in it when it's horizontally that direction too. The Boral product was gonna have the same problem. I'm taller than 16 feet. My plan was to just stagger the joints. It's not gonna rot.
I think seeing the products, variable nature, material, something new we haven't seen, application of it we haven't seen. I'm okay with the test case of this. On a new build marriage house, as opposed to historic structure. I mean, obviously there's a point towards it.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500747, I move to approve as submitted with the condition that this be a test case.
Jump the gun real quick. You said 9-inch exposure on the new stuff. What was the Boral approved exposure?
I don't remember if I asked, is it on the PDF there? I think I may have asked, remember it was 1x6 or 1x8. I just remember pulling it up and thinking the exposure that I asked for was probably a little too small.
Actually, where
It would have been November, yeah.
I think it's better. I agree. I think it's better.
Yeah.
Okay, got a motion? Got a second? Any other questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Yes, ayes have it, the motion passes. And just want to give the staff.
Thank you.
Those installation dates, all that kind of stuff, so it's checked out. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Moving ahead to item number 10, COA 2500727, 255 East Sycamore. Once you're both settled, raise your right hands. But tell the truth, all truth, and the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Monica Lewis with J.S. Brown.
Your name?
Oh, Jonathan Toffel.
Building alteration for windows and doors. To replace the three existing non-historic windows with new power reserve on windows, and to replace the primary entrance door with a power reserve three-quarter light door. HBO staff note that the work to the kitchen, including the windows and doors and door proposed replacement, was previously reviewed conceptually at the March 2024 DVC hearing, and for action at the April 2024 DVC hearing, part was continued. At the April hearing, where it was approved. At the April hearing, the commission approved a porch demolition and window replacement, which include the three windows in question on this application, but the door was not included. So as those windows were previously approved for replacement, HBO staff do support the new proposal to replace the three windows as submitted. This application was placed on the agenda for the proposed replacement door. Because the door, HBO staff found the replacement door to be inappropriate and was suggesting more typical style of door for this property. The existing door does appear to be non-original to the structure. Just because it doesn't meet the style of architecture of the, likely like a historic, architectural salvage kind of replacement as for this house. Staff recommends, staff does recommend approval with the following conditions. And those conditions which have been cut off my copy should say that an appropriate door is selected for the replacement. The basis for the staff recommendation is standards for alteration 1 through 12. Determine those guidelines on entrance and the doors 1 through 3. Noting the example drawings of appropriate doors on page 60 of the general village guidelines.
Anything else to add?
One minor correction, this is not the primary entrance, this is a side entrance to the house.
Thomas, Commission?
I'm just gonna say, for the guidelines, if maintaining the existing door is not an option, I don't know why it needs to be replaced, then it says that. Then it should be replaced compatible with replacing the door in pine, or provided door is indicated in the guidelines, it's commonly found in the village. There are several examples that.
Yeah, this, and I'll beg a little indulgence because the person who actually designed this project is on vacation and out of town this week. The selection was made because of doors they had seen in the village, and so that's what drove them to this. If we were to find a door in section 60, I think you said it was, that was more compatible, that would be something that we could run through staff for approval.
My opinion is if it matches one of the ones that are shown in the guidelines, that would be.
Okay.
Do you have a question about the door? Ask staff if this was originally. Do we know is the whole door opening non-original? So the transom and everything, or was just the slab replacement?
I'm sorry, can you, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Anthony. Oh, maybe.
The question is the entire door assembly a replacement, or is the transom original and just the slab of the door to replace the slab?
That's a very good question and hard to know. As a lot of houses in the village, these were additionals, and this was an add-on. I don't know the date though. I do know in the mid 1970s it was all redone, and that's where the aluminum came from, I'm sure. And but the transom, I really can't speak with authority to that issue.
Look at the pictures, page 4, and you zoom in on it. The reveal going in towards the glazing, it's got some texture, sort of ridging on it, as opposed to elsewhere where it doesn't. So the door obviously doesn't, where the glazing's at. The size of the framing around that transom window seems to fit. I'm inclined to think that it is original, but
Original meaning
original transom, which is the glass that been replaced with the stained glass. So what we see a lot of times is manufactured doors, new doors, want to replace everything, transom as well. But if you identify it as an original transom window, that would want to stay, and looking at just replacing the
Mhm.
swinging door itself, leaving the rest of it.
Gotcha. So we could do the transom.
Okay.
That's no, the transom is, leaving that is no problem.
Stained glass and put back in a clear glass. We're okay with that, because that would not have been original glass. So the transom itself should stay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there's quite a bit of rot around the jamb because of the poor fit of the existing original door, but even if we had to pull it to replace, you know, the jamb inside, we could reinstall the transom if that's okay.
Mhm.
with
The
them.
keeping the transom would be fine.
Just got their transoms operable again. It's fantastic in the summertime, keep the transom open, let the air rush in the house. Got the hinges there.
Only problem we've had with the transom is bird's nests, but besides that,
Um,
Some
Yeah.
fabricators who can make a storm window for the transom to put outside if you want it.
right, and then we would probably do that, yeah.
That's the only. Okay with the window styles. Proposed?
If we go with
Hmm?
If we go with one of the door styles
Okay,
in their
taking out
spec,
that,
would that be?
blank
I
area.
think so.
Okay, I can look that up and send it to you.
Yeah, okay, send it to Sandy, so,
Okay.
yeah.
So, Anthony, I gotta ask a clarification where the transom window conversation came from.
So if we looked at the door,
Didn't see this part of the application, that's why I'm being stupid.
page 5, last page. Window 3, exterior door specs. They're showing the door and showing above the door.
Okay.
That's why I was clarifying,
Gotcha.
if we do a slab replacement or. full door.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just.
We're soon headed.
True, good point. So an item COA 2500727 East Sycamore Street. I move to approve as revised by the applicant that the door slab will be one of the ones approved by the staff to match what's proposed in the guidelines.
Second.
Question on the motion? Just make one clarification for record. The reason why we're doing such a multi-light upper portion of a double hung is because you're matching existing house. It's not a blanket approval for this everywhere. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Satisfactory? Satisfactory?
Yes, I think so. I couldn't hear anything, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 11. COA 2500735 661 South Grant.
Bless you.
So, ready to write. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Melinda Ritchie.
Jason Coronel.
This is a request for action for landscaping. To remove a large maple tree from the rear yard. Staff does recommend approval with the following conditions, and those conditions being the species and size of a replacement tree is clarified at the hearing. The basis for the recommendation is 311613. Standards for site improvements A. And on page 4, there is an email from the arborist. That's what I was trying to do, but I struggled on this one, so hopefully you'll have better luck when they can just with it.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, council, and commission?
Time speaks.
Not here.
Is there a replacement tree that you have in mind?
Yes, we're thinking a serviceberry.
So I guess my concern with the service berries is a very small ornamental tree, and right now we're mostly taking down the large, mature maple tree. I think you should consider something, you know, that
Larger.
either can be like a resistant tree right now.
Do you have specific recommendations?
down or other deciduous tree that, that you can consider from, you can replace with another maple tree, if that's something that you still want.
I think the key is shade trees. But taking down a shade tree, putting back a shade tree, as opposed to taking down a shade tree, putting back an ornamental or something small.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And I will state, city code 3321.07, subpart B, is the section of city code talking about, tree requirements on residential properties, identifying one per property, obviously with very small properties here. Removing trees just removes the overall tree canopy of the city, which is a priority of the city to have. So that is the city code section that we base our rulings on, to replace any tree with a tree.
Okay.
That's one per property up to 10 units.
Would staff be comfortable with moving a specific tree if we limited the COA to a shade tree? Say an oak?
I think, we could, if for staff approval of this species, I would love a height spread, range that is appropriate for a full grown tree. Obviously not for the tree that we planted, but for a species of tree with a potential growth of however many feet is comfortable or spread that is comfortable. I would like a parameter, for instance.
So I think you could do a subcommittee.
Absolutely.
Or landscape architects.
Yeah, that's what I'm missing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let them submit what you would like to provide. It was one or two or three options. Submit to staff. Staff can then route those to the subcommittee members to review and identify if it's one of the three or all of them or whatever is
Okay.
acceptable. Then we can choose from that.
Okay.
That way we can get a motion passed. Get you moving forward what you got to do, then just the tree selection kind of stuff.
Okay.
The subcommittee members could only be members who are here this evening.
Can I delegate as chair?
For the subcommittee, it has to be someone who voted on the action.
I will be on the subcommittee.
And then with Commissioner Yan as well.
Yeah. You're planning to remove the roots?
No. What we've been told is that in order to bring in the equipment to remove the stump, they would need to remove the topiary and disassemble the gate. So that was not an option.
Go for rock.
With not being a landscape architect or an arborist or anything of that nature, when you're talking to any of the nurseries or landscape folks, identify a tree species that would be resistant or impervious to whatever the fungus is currently there.
Right.
So you're not putting back a new tree that's going to get hit by that same
Right.
fungus that's going to be there.
Right. Right.
And I don't know, I'm hard to tell from the picture. If you're not intending to remove the stumps or the roots, you might have to consider another location for the new tree
Right.
planting. I think in your new application, in your continued application, make sure you mark that plan. Because right now, I know the yellow dot's right adjacent to the proposed tree removal.
Yeah, I think just, so page one of the application has a photo, just a photo, mark up where the new tree wants to go. That should be efficient. Or sketch the property.
Okay.
Right. There's no other questions? Their motion.
Chairman, on COA 2500735661 South Grade Avenue, I move to approve as amended by the applicant. They will submit a choice of 3 different shade trees to be approved by a subcommittee of this commission. And their also application provide to staff an exact location of where this is going to go.
What clarification? Up to 3. It can be 1, it can be 2. It's just
Okay.
One is the options.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
there a second?
Second.
Question on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, getting that down. Moving ahead to COA 2500746, 181 Thurman Avenue.
Yeah.
Once you're both settled, raise your right hands. Right, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes. Yes.
Okay?
James Hubbard.
Adam May.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration and landscaping. The exterior building alteration is to remove the existing second floor deck, and overhang in the rear with the door opening to remain. And the landscaping is in the front yard to install a new masonry retaining wall with brick veneer and limestone cap with an iron fence. And to install the landscaping plants, bushes and trees for the site plan. In the rear and side yard to install bluestone steppers and limestone gravel walkway. To construct a new cedar arbor. And to install new landscape plants, bushes and trees for the submitted site plan. There was no August business meeting and no additional request for the applicant. Prior to the hearing, HBO staff informed the applicant the commission may have discussion over the proposed front yard masonry wall and fence. As is typically considered a historically appropriate fencing combination for German Village, used predominantly in the 1960s. Staff recommendation is approval with the following conditions. Being the fence in the front yard be installed as a simple fence and or only the retaining wall. The basis for the staff recommendation is 31613, standard provide improvements A. The German Village guidelines on walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125 and then 1 through 5. The German Village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5. And the German Village guidelines on exterior considerations per 1 through 6.
Anything else to add?
No.
Staff's on commission.
Well, I don't know how the commission stands with fences anymore. So. Comment.
Yeah, it's bad.
On this. So I'll start with, on the front fence. I really don't have a problem with this because I don't think this is a wall. I don't think it's tall enough to consider a retaining wall. I think it's a base fence. That being said, I don't think thin brick is appropriate. Doesn't turn corners right, won't hold up. Water will just peel it off and it needs to be full face brick.
Okay.
You could do a 4-inch block backup or you can make it out of brick.
Okay.
The maximum height above the sidewalk at grade, sidewalk grade is 48 inches. So you're too tall, you gotta come down.
The main goal of this is being next to Thurman's. They recently bought the house, the homeowner, and have had issues with the patrons picking up the dry stacked wall, ending up in their yard congregating, throwing up someone a cut one time when they first moved in. So our whole goal with the fence and wall combination was more for the stability, so it could not be used, it couldn't be, taken apart, so they couldn't use it as a seat, with the fence being on top. If we were just able to lower the fence, then I don't think there would be any issue with that on there.
You gotta
Yeah, what were we at right now? It was,
more than 4 feet if I remember right.
yeah, and that's all. It was, if we just had to lower,
The fence.
yeah, that's,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's no problem.
Then I got what would be the termination of the fence of both sides? I gotta be looking at it. And it's in the street right away. This is off of your property.
Page 2 of the application.
And I think you need to pull it back to being behind your property line. I think that's gonna help with how you terminate both ends. And it looks like the property to the west has a low retaining wall already.
The dry stacked, yeah, the issue on the east side was the tree that was there, and I didn't want to dig too much into the roots. I'd like to keep the existing cherry tree if possible.
I think you need to lose it.
Get rid of the
Sorry,
tree.
yep. If you wanna do this wall, think it's gonna have to be behind the property line. You're gonna want to extend it all the way down to that Thurman's building.
Okay,
Or leave a gap to the tree.
yeah.
Unless the city's willing to give you that right of way as part of the property, you really can't approve building fences and walls on top of public property.
And so is that just if it's masonry wall or the fence as well, or dry stacked walls?
Improvements.
Okay, so like anything at all there?
Yeah.
That's all I was looking for the
It's
clarification.
improvements.
What you have there is there, it's grandfathered. Once you start moving it, the city's not gonna let you put something public right of way, it's a permanent structure.
Okay,
Fences and walls are considered structures.
okay.
And then how are the steps constructed? What are the materials? What are they? Size of them?
Limestone on top, and we're gonna have just brick on the rises, either poured or block with footing.
Those want to push back as well.
Yeah.
Now, you could have plantings along that strip between the current sidewalk and the property line, that could be plantings. And then you have some sidewalk on back, base the steps on the property.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got an opportunity.
So then to your point about the wall versus being base. Additionally, we're gonna push back against fences on top of the road walls. Across the village, we see a lot of those that have been done in the past that we don't approve. Is it more appropriate for the fence to be on top of a wall versus a retaining wall and a fence just behind it, or a fence instead of a
I
retaining
think
wall?
I'm looking at this as a contemporary solution to something we've got a lot of in the village. We've got a lot of wire fences that are set in the limestone blocks in Yoakum end. And then we've got, because of the grade behind it, over the years has gone up. We've had brick and limestone and a whole bunch of other stuff as infill between those blocks. And we've had stuff done up behind that. I'm being analogous to that, but this is kind of that same issue, same solution, but kind of a little more contemporary of an application. It's only what? It's really low grade, yeah.
I think we'd have to set an internal max.
Oh, I agree with that, yeah.
I think that, to me, the issue is it's brick, it's a limestone cap. That's some limestone cap, that says wall to me.
Well, it could be a brick cap. There's several there's one on Sycamore.
We had some precedents we had gotten to, I mean, just from driving around and getting some photos that we brought, just where we saw the condition existing. I don't know how I know the materiality, I totally understand. I mean, I don't know how it works as far as, where I guess what am I trying to say? Like where the retention, which is kind of needed as you transition up to the threshold, and how that kind of factors in of it, because a lot of the ones I see are more decorative and almost as a fence, like totally above grade, and then the same sidewalk grade behind. And so I don't know if that makes any difference or how that works as far as it serving the function of retaining.
Yeah, I think the ones that we really objected to, where there's been it's partially retainage, but mainly it is a barrier wall that goes up a foot or two behind the grade on the yard side,
Right.
and then it has piers, brick piers, and then we've got wire and infill. We've got, similar to what you're proposing, we've got at the corner of Mohawk and Sycamore, and all the way down Sycamore to the alley. All three of those houses have got this typical kind of same detail. Dr. Charles houses. Yeah. And going down. Yeah, all the way down. And it doesn't read that way. Don't have that sense of. It does have a brick cap, and I think that would make a difference.
So going down Sycamore, there's two things there. There's this northwest corner of Sycamore and Mohawk. As what Ed is saying, you've got your brick wall, and then your soldier course brick cap. That's on that, and the short 2 course plus a soldier course. Yeah. And then probably adjacent to that, just west on Sycamore, similar, except at the fence post locations, there's a stone square block in that soldier road cap to kind of give a little bit of architectural statement at each post. Which I think speaks to your comment, having kind of like a post of a base and then infill in between. So I think that is something to think about. Do you want to have just a straight brick? Do you want to have any kind of decorative piece at each post?
And I mean, the limestone cap, I guess, was more just a matter of functions. There's less mortar joints and potential like water infiltration. It seems to drill out better for core mounting the posts. So that was more of, neutral tone, I guess, for the limestone as well, and the limestone for the
It's
top.
much of a horizontal line. I think that's the
Okay.
problem. These have held up. I don't know how they build them. These have held up amazingly well.
Okay.
So
And I don't think that'd be an issue.
When I go to 145 Sycamore. So then
180.
around
There you go.
right between those two properties.
Dr. Charles House.
Two styles. To the right is the straight brick. To the left is brick with little stone,
Oh, I see. Okay.
which gives you a good anchor when you're looking for.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think that'd be an issue.
Bigger. I don't know if it's just limestone or painted. On the right, hand to the right. Where the fence posts are, it looks like it's double.
I think, yeah. Who's steering? I said, who's steering?
At the right, sorry, I'm going left.
And right where.
Basically,
Oh, it's.
Just burn. Yeah.
I think the property left is the better application. Okay, so that's that piece. Back to property line. No limestone cap, and with the blocks is acceptable.
Would that be the same for the stair treads too? Would those have to be brick and not versus the limestone for the treads? Or
They
those?
should be limestone.
Okay.
Do limestone block steps if you want, or if you wanted to do bricks. Staying on the front yard. The bluestone walk. So the commission historically, look at the second page of the application. Got bluestone from the steps up to the porch. We've got bluestone wrapping around the porch, going to the side, transitioning to steppers, transitioning to bluestone patio, square to steppers. Typically, the pathway around with bluestone, we have done steppers only. You don't do the full field of solid bluestone.
Should not the front walk.
Already, we've done bluestone front walks.
No. Yeah. Not to the main entrance, not to the historic entrance.
I think the bit from the steps to the porch straight up should be brick.
That's fine.
Then from there around can be brick. If you look at the different material, bluestone, we've seen steppers with gravel in between to be more of a path as opposed to a wall.
Sure. Do you, are there any other like materials you consider allow for a front walk or pretty much only brick? Do you allow cut limestone or anything like that? Just always the red, some version of red brick. Okay.
Another question I had. The fence that's currently on the left side of the house between Thurman Cafe, the house.
Yes.
Don't believe there's a COA for that.
That one is there right now. There's two fences, one on the back and the front corner on the left side of the house.
Don't believe there's a COA for the installation of that fence in the front. Two reasons why, pretty sure of that, it's a dog-eared fence versus a black fence. And also, it's not set back, it's almost up to the corner of the house. Typically, we ask for it to be back past the first penetration, the first window or first door on the side of the house. If there is none, we usually have a discussion about how far back it needs to go.
Okay,
Feels very forward for what we approve.
sure. I think they think that was there when they bought the place just recently. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And they considered removing it, but for now, they hadn't.
House did come for us more for the backyard and access to the park.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're,
in addition.
so our landscaping plan is clarification. Are we intending to leave the fence where it's at? The more appropriate place would be back behind that front window. Doing landscaping already. That's put it where it should be.
Could we eliminate the fence entirely as an option?
You don't want that front fence out there?
Yeah, okay,
Take it down.
okay.
It's probably forcing that path to be where it is.
So they'd be I guess, would they be required to remove or relocate the fence as part of this?
Typically, you wouldn't require them to do it, that was there when we bought the house. If the current owners put it up, then it would be taken down through one request, most likely. But if they're gonna be doing landscaping, want to take it down, now's the time to do it. If they want to move it, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
With the removal of that front section of ferns, it would be a reveal of existing turf material.
That's,
Side yard. Is that, it appears to be a turf material in this photo, I'm not sure if it's real grass or not.
it's not, it's on a concrete pad, which we just found out. We have to remove that as well, so I guess, yeah, it would all be taken out anyway.
Exposing that turf. It's coming out.
Yeah, no, I can get that.
Then the last piece on the application is the historic horizontal screening that's in the rear around 18 units, it's hidden behind fencing. Nobody's gonna see that. We have no issue with that, I don't think. And then removal of that back porch. I guess that used to be access to an old apartment way back in the day. No low board to stay.
I think it was a physician's office or something.
So I guess the question is gonna be, is there too much on the amendments in terms of moving a fence and potential impact of the tree?
We need revised drawings to review. That's great, valid.
I think there's no pushback from what we discussed. I think you're going down the right path, but I think you need to find out revised drawings, the fence for the wall, for the pathway. There's enough in there that we can't say yes.
Sure.
Are those items you want for subcommittee or?
I think we just need to continue.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Also, with the removal of that back patio, whatever porch thing. We're gonna. It's gonna be difficult knowing what's underneath it that we're moving. But for next time, we'll just add additions on what to do.
what are you looking for?
If the brick's in bad condition.
Oh, they should come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do what you think you need to do.
Do we want to give them approval? Ask this question. You need approval on that, pulling that back porch down to get that going, or?
It was all to do, no, we don't need it to
Okay.
get that.
Sure.
Yeah, fast track. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500746-181 Thurman Avenue, I move to continue.
Second.
Question on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you guys.
Yep. 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
I don't know if everybody in the building is attending.
10-minute recess.
Now we can go.
And for the room, the recording is still live, so just be aware that you are being recorded in this room.
Cheating on the house way back when at the time.
I didn't, that's.
Once in the house.
And then this one.
All ripped, just.
That's your house?
Japanese lot. We're all right. Not in the same dimension, just a dude doesn't come to play, and I was like, oh. Three studs that I can, the opening, I said, I stayed with all. I've got that original true two, but now I'm 4 stud.
And it's already 38.
Old dense grown wood. That's. So get it cut, it's cut. Here's 2 folds, like 3 folds of cuts. Get cut up, get the extras. Oh. Conceptual review, just look at it. It's not really what to do. Fast, and then evident fast is just, like if it's my ass, I have to see that.
Like, you know, things that have just come up. Like, sheltering has come. You know, it's been 2 years, but.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of, unless it will. I'll say something back on the schedule for next.
Yeah, it's managed, you know, it's.
Yeah. I'll let her.
Well, I feel when I did my.
Yeah.
So long.
Let me take a look what you have, so it's not, it's a hard type one for us. So what's gonna happen is, we're gonna have a just meeting, we're gonna look at all the materials that you submitted. And then that happens 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and then the commissioner will be there for you and say, hey, we need X, Y. So that'll be efficient. So they can now just from a.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what everyone says. It's fine. It's like, you know, I spent like 5 hours.
Right, you don't, you never have. Built it, it's not their life. Same condition happened with, third streets. Meeting houses. Two houses up, Doctor's house in the corner, third, and yeah, they have a company.
I think it's probably,
Yes.
I can have over years.
Yeah, like that new build, that's scout, that's so. So. We're gonna make those on. Yeah, and if it comes down to, rapid mission, something comes up here, like, oh, wait, for financial reasons. This is, we'll get more forward. They want to do it, so you do it one. Yeah, I just want to say, the next one. We go. We can balance.
It's nice and really small. I learned that you has the some no options there. Vegetables, the candle fall.
Yes, well, we hope this meeting, in that date. Next business meeting is going to be Wednesday, August 20th. Noon. Next door. Yeah, I know. There. Yeah. You want to be there? We're just going to discuss the application that's in front of us, just identify it as a thing missing. You don't have to be there.
It's also online as well.
Yeah, we stream it on time. August 20th.
There we go.
The next hearing is September 13th. That'll be 4 o'clock.
We're great now. That's what I heard.
So in the previous application, what they proposed doing was they disassemble the wall, put in the proper anchoring.
Very similar to.
Salvage the bridge. God would use the proper border, that's the critical, the stop border. Good base for parts of Jesus. Then just make sure that it's done in such a way so right sticking out obvious repair. Together. Can't tell. Drive up there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can start going down to this. Department.
Yeah. Yeah, so what's gonna happen is if all that's in your documentation, if there's a write-up of what they have, hey, here's our method we wanna put in there. We'll review it. If there's anything else we need, we'll tell staff, hey, we need to X, Y, and Z. If there's no staff.
Yeah, I saw the water, they didn't.
Yeah.
Are you coming out with me?
Yeah, it was full.
Of my agendas and not an 8-5 application.
I'll just take a picture of it. Clarification was in line with what you typically expect to see documentation. Where did 13? We are back on the record. We are moving on to item number 14, COA 2500630, 1004 Gateway Street. Hello, great hands. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do. Brenda Parker.
Tyler Schwartzmiller.
Mr. Westbrook, for exterior building alteration, which is to an design. To modify COA 2400203 for the construction of an addition to enclose the previously approved addition porch. Noting that the new rear entrance is through what, the new rear entrance was through what was originally with the design to be windows with a wider entry door and stair, and what was approved with the previous design as well. Staff analysis, staff have identified no issues with the new addition design. so long as lot coverage is determined to be the same or within the current zoning requirements with no variances required. Staff recommends approval. The basis for the staff recommendation is 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 12, and the German Village guidelines for additions 1 through 4.
Anything else to add?
No, basically they need to claim more space in the addition once they got into the interior design. So, you know, it was proposed to eliminate that first floor porch and move the entrance to the middle. But it's a change, so we knew we had to come back.
Questions, comments from the commission?
No change in footprint, right?
No.
No comments.
Comments is curiosity. So that center elevation on the bottom there, basically taking out those two lower windows, putting in doors, adding steps, railings to go to the doors.
Yeah, I think it's really a door and a side light.
The transom above those doors, the big long transom.
Yeah.
So architecturally, I feel like it's a mixed bag of things, but it's the rear of the house. I'm not going to put a bunch of stock into it, but it just feels now the layout of that elevation just feels cheap. That's design intent. So be it. And for clarification, they're looking at the plans, there is no change in existing openings into the new addition space. We're actually going to be, instead of converting a window to a door opening, it's going to be filling up the window opening. So
Correct.
addition, it's actually less demolition.
Yeah,
Changed.
it's less invasive.
So. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 25006301004 Yeager Street, I move to approve this.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Moving on to conceptual. Item 15, COA 2500736, 183 Alexander Alley. Let the record show the applicant is still sworn in. Nick?
This is a conceptual application for demolition and exterior building alteration to demolish the existing south elevation porch. Replacement was mentioned in the application, but there's no elevation design to enclose the east elevation porch for a moment. HBO staff recommend the commission focus their discussion on if the two additions are considered historic. If the commission determines the two sections are historic, and then would major changes be permitted to the additions? Because a replacement design for proposed demolition has not yet been submitted, HBO staff recommend the commission do not make final determination on demolition of their discussion if a suitable replacement design is required for demolition. HBO staff have added the 1960 sandboard maps to the materials packet and a 2003 COA. The 1960 sandboard maps does show the porch that is proposed for demolition, but not the porch that is proposed to be enclosed. In 2003, the commission did vote to approve the removal of the shed roof addition on the south elevation, but as the porch remains, the work appears to have never been completed. The porch on the east elevation was approved for construction in 2003, and therefore HBO staff would support the enclosure of the non-historic porch in concept, so long as the design is appropriate. Staff recommends the commission offer design feedback as this is conceptual, where there's no action required, and the basis for that staff recommendation is 31614, standard for demolition. 31611, standards for alteration, 1 through 12. The German Village guidelines on entryways and porch enclosures 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and the German Village guidelines on additions 1 through 4.
Else to add?
No, so this is one of those big picture discussions just to kind of get some feedback on this property, see what you guys think about these two elements and what the opportunities are for removal of that screen porch. They want to do a primary suite addition. And so basically the primary suite, it's a single story addition instead of that porch, but they want to make sure they can do it before they spend money on design services. And then the second thing they wanted to do was to enclose that new kind of side front porch so that they can add a mudroom component.
So I think this is a hard conversation to have. Because we know nothing about what you're proposing to do. I have no idea what design means.
Well, I mean, I know, but sometimes I come in here and it's like, you can't do that.
Well,
So I just wanted to make sure that,
Obviously, that side addition to the south has been there for a while. Is it structurally unstable? You want to remove the whole thing? Is that justified? I don't know. We need to know better what the condition of that is.
Okay.
It's up in the sandbox.
yeah, it's not the greatest structure.
Yeah, it may not be. That's an issue you would have to make.
Okay.
So then you're gonna do some program inside this house for them.
Right.
I would need to understand why that justified closing in that side porch and make it a mudroom.
Okay.
How you would do that,
Okay.
okay? Because that's gonna drive that.
Okay.
Then the other part is this addition that's low, we say, okay, fine, you take it off. How are you going to add a complementary supportive addition on that side of the house with that low of a roof coming off and all that stuff, which is for you to solve?
Yeah, maybe some sort of hyphen concept.
Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
yep, maybe, but the first issue is, hey, this is what I'm proposing to do in this, because I can't salvage stuff.
Gotcha.
That's my.
Yeah.
my take.
I know it may not seem helpful, but this feedback is incredibly helpful.
So when I was looking at this, I went back to the 2003 application, trying to wrap my head around what this is telling me versus what the elevations and site plan were telling me. We saying this 2003 application never got fully done? Is that what we're saying?
So the 2003 edition or group 2003 COA specifically calls out the removal of the porch that was approved by the commission. So because it was approved by the commission, it just means that the owner at the time elected to not complete the work.
Okay, I was confused at what it was telling me that a porch got removed, a porch got replaced, and I'm trying to figure out how it all came together.
No, the porch that is proposed to be enclosed to the mudroom was added in that 2003 COA, and then the one that is proposed for the addition on the south was proposed to be removed. Maybe there's an site plan for this, but it still remains, so it was not removed in 2003.
So I think to me that the pieces that are the word sacred, but indicating is in that 2003, there's comments of steps removed from one elevation, moved somewhere else. If those still exist, those should stay as part of the plan, either in the location or propose back to the original locations, or finding something to do with them. They shouldn't just be discarded and removed from properties.
Okay.
I think that application that was approved of adding new doors, removing doors, bricking things up, removing steps from old doors, that's all stuff that's kind of against the guidelines these days.
Mm-hmm.
There's some liberties taken that we would not do today.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically looking at the elevations from the 2003 package, a new door cut in, to me that indicates that we can take that out, make that a passageway. Existing windows have a higher priority, so if we do enclose that porch, that door should stay as the opening, shouldn't enlarge the window.
Yep.
That kind of stuff.
Okay.
The only piece I had questions about, there's a note in there about historic lattice to hit the porch. I think that's the skirt that they're calling up above the porch, or was that something else?
It's first.
Like in the gable end of that.
But there's talk about the porch, which.
But I think this is the porch though.
Yeah, it's a screen porch on the south, and then a portico, I'll call it, on the east.
Application was removing south.
Mm-hmm.
Historically detailed about us, it's like a historically appropriate.
Okay.
But I will say the issuer of the COA is our current historic preservation officer, so I can ask him about it as well.
Yeah.
The next review.
Because I thought it was south up the portion, that's what it was, but then I saw that the elevation show removing that entire porch. And so the only remaining porch is this new porch, and there's a lattice skirt. So I want to understand like what the historic importance is then should maintain as part of a record moving forward versus what is just.
Okay.
As well that I can.
There was a later COI on this that added the garage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the last COA for like porches, but then there are other.
I thought there was some work done on this porch under that COA.
I can have that look.
Take a look, yeah. I think there was.
On the screen porch or the portico?
The one on the east side.
The open porch, there you go.
East side.
Gotcha.
I think for us to determine is the age of that south porch.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the Sanborns, it appears that it was not a screen porch, but it was definitely a porch of some sort back there.
Or maybe there's
There's some sort of covering of.
service shed, which a lot of houses had back in the day.
Yeah. So to us, it's how historic is that piece? If there's any kind of exploratory information you can provide.
Okay.
Of this has been taken off, replaced over the years, it's all new lumber.
Okay.
It's truly old lumber and it's got some significance to it.
Okay. That's
We
fair.
had problems with the addition based on that gable roof at main building and then obviously a shed roof addition to that.
Yeah, I honestly haven't thought that far ahead.
I would consider, if you can, dropping the floor in which you're going to the south to keep the roof low.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Excavating out around
Mm-hmm.
to get clearance you might need,
Yeah.
keeping it low.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique structure.
Well, it's right on the other alley too. I mean, it's.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it.
Much.
I'm still here for the next one.
I'm moving on to item 16, COA 2500737-536 City Park. Records show the applicant still sworn.
This is a conceptual application for new construction to construct a new two-story garage with office above. The proposed garage location is currently used as an alley, space and driveway to access an existing parking lot on the neighboring parcel. And proposed lot coverage was likely to require variances. Staff analysis, last year HPO staff had discussed a similar proposal with the applicant owner for this address and the potential of a garage. At that time, HPO staff, whoops, nope. HPO staff recommended the committee. Oh, yes, sorry. At that time, HPO staff recommended that the commission would have concerns over lot coverage. For this address, as the addition of a garage on the property would bring a total lot coverage to near 100%, which is not typically supported in German Village. And that was what we informed the applicant at that time, and now the application is coming at this time. Some other questions for the commissions to consider at this hearing are there any parking agreements with the neighboring lot that would be impacted by the design? That are, like formal legal agreements, and has a recent survey been conducted to ensure accuracy of the property lines of this address. This is conceptual, so no action is required, so staff does recommend just offering design feedback. The basis, the relevant guidelines and code are the zoning variances for German Village guidelines on page 139. City Code 31612, standards for new construction, A through N. The standards for site improvements, A. And the German Village guidelines for new constructions of garages and outbuildings, 1 through 15.
Yes, Ed?
So this is another very complex project that this is just kind of like very preliminary. The owner owns all 3 of the buildings that have this L-shaped driveway and parking lot. So he kind of controls that whole block of space. That's why he's pretty confident he's controlling who's using that parking area because he owns it all.
He owns the parking area.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that's why we thought it was probably okay to block off this this exit. I did allow for like to make sure there was a turnaround so that when you pull into that parking lot, you can kind of get back out. So it can still be used as a parking lot for the other properties. So yeah, this site diagram is kind of it. So because you're coming in off City Park into that parking lot, and so you could go all the way to the end, kind of pull in, back, and then pull out. So as long as there isn't commercial use, I think that City of Columbus will support that maneuver. But that's my next step, right? There's a lot of baby steps with this one. So I'm here just to kind of get some preliminary feedback on what you guys think about it. Next will be City of Columbus departments.
So I'm not wrong. I think we've lost a parking spot.
2.
Well, really? Okay,
There are 3 along that drive. 2 go away, 1 stays.
let me pick up
We're
two.
picking up 2 with the first.
Okay, I did the math wrong. So we're losing 2 parking spots.
Well, 2 from the lot.
Yeah, so there's one, go back to the original. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. None of them are legal parking spots per City of Columbus standards. So they're gonna say we have no parking spots.
Parking lot layout is not legal per code. You got a 31-foot wide lot. To get the parking you have here, you need minimum 32 feet to get a 45 degree. To get the degree you're showing here, you need like, let's see, you need to have 37 feet of proper lot width. So there's no way to get two-way traffic on that per city code without without fire department and the other groups, public service to say it's okay. That's why it was a one-way straight through. We came across something similar to this on a property, on
City Park, yep.
Route 30.
Well, there's one on City Park that's similar to this.
There's one across the street from Winans that.
Oh, yeah.
to us.
Yep.
They had a similar condition. You
Yep.
pull in, you park, they had a garage straight back. And the city had some heartache with what they had shown, how they were able to do, and they weren't allowed to park at a certain angle. They had to actually make it more, lost the space out of all of it. So I think this whole thing hinges on what the city wants to do with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very odd situation. I mean, he's also contemplating on developing that property as another structure.
Parking lot?
Yeah, yeah.
One could say that that center lot, so 1, 2, 3, lot 2, the parking lot back there would be for that lot because it's on that lot's property. It's not really part of the parking. So because the drives through there, because the current owner doesn't care, it's 3 lots, but the city may say that is a grandfathered easement. So just because you own it.
The opposite sense, we've denied lot splits because they denied parking that had been available for property.
Yeah, yeah. I know they're sensitive to that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So we did a bunch of different studies. We did some so he really wants the second floor office space because he just had a baby and he needs a place to focus. And so we looked at some like porte cochere type concepts, right, to maintain that drive through, but still get his office above. But I don't know that anything has been done like that or is.
So besides the loss of parking and all this parking issue, okay, it is huge amount of lot coverage. You're at 100%.
Yeah.
Typically way less than that. So that's,
Okay.
to me, that's an issue right there.
Okay.
You are extreme. Yeah, extreme dense lot coverage, which is not consistent with historic patterns of land use in the village. And then I had a question, which to me, I'm looking at this gap between the porch and here. But then I'm looking at the gap here. Where they do not look.
So that porch, that is the thing in the triangle in the background. Yeah, that's the the little notch. Oh yeah, I do have it drawn incorrectly. Yeah.
The versions are still.
Yeah, I still have it. I still have it wrong. Yeah. Yeah, when I I try not to take on the project, and then he convinced me, and I was like, I just don't know if this is gonna go anywhere, but I told him I'd try.
No, I think it makes
So.
good sense to come and ask here and see what we think.
Mm-hmm.
We had applications of this kind of corner side lot garage back, and it's typically been a one car. One application I know of specifically, the double garage depth, you don't have that capacity here.
Yeah, that would give a little bit more, less lot coverage, but still a lot.
It's huge. It's not typical. I mean, do we know the porch?
That screen porch, I don't think they want to give that up. It's a really nice screen porch. Yeah. Maybe he just needs to use that as his office.
There you go.
All right, no, this is great. I think
Grow up and he can get his porch back later.
this is true.
That help?
Yes, thank you very much. I am not. I am all done.
We're on to item 17. So POA 2500-369-544 South 4th Street, North Forest. Settled, you raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mukta Arora.
Thank you.
Jeff Kabbalah.
It's a conceptual application for an exterior building alteration to alter the garage height. I'm gonna pull up the wrong page to leave it on. To increase the total garage height by converting existing attic non-habitable space into habitable space on the second floor. To add new windows on the east elevation that are Delvin sightline. And the new roofing is to be Owens Corning in a state grade to match the existing roofing on the garage. This garage is relatively unique for German Village in that it's an historic, in this case, pre-1960s construction garage attached to the primary structure. Your staff reports says I added the 1960 Sanborn map, but it doesn't look like it made it on, so I can pull this up in just a minute. Show an attached garage as existing on the 1960 Sanborn maps. We have also added a 1967 COA for the construction alteration of the garage to be a two-story garage. There are no attached drawings. 1967 was one of the first years the commission was functioning, so. With the garage being historic, HPO staff recommended commission treat the roof pitch and height as a historic feature and focus your review accordingly on if you feel like that is a contributing significant feature of this garage. This is conceptual. With the garage being historic, HPO staff recommended conceptual because there's some more design elements that would need to be figured out, and this is a interesting or unique case, I would say. The basis for staff recommendation was City Code 31611, standards for alteration, and the standards for new construction, and the German Village guidelines on additions, 1 through 4 of those, and I will fine tune the Sanborn map. Grab it from. Those take me a moment to pull this Sanborn map. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the link, so I apologize for taking a moment on it. This is not the same one, this is the big one, what the second one. Sweet. And so here you are.
Which one are we?
Sorry, it's 544 is right here. So it's staff's understanding that the 1967 COA would have made the alterations from this into what is there to, similar to what is there today, with I'm sure some changes over time.
I would assume that the comment on that overall COA move the case is probably that one-story block off the back.
I think it was the entire back area was the addition at that time that they demolished in 67 and rebuilt the whole thing.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, we just, it would help if we could build an office up there. It faces behind the house. And, the roof line, we want to keep it at or below the main house. And we understand, any suggestions that you guys have for us, we'd appreciate it.
Comments from the commission?
So, as Nick said, this is interesting. So you've got an historic house with basically an historic addition. And that would require that the addition to that historic addition is delineated in a way that we can tell that it's an addition and not part of the original garage. In theory. And what you're showing doesn't exactly do that. It's really just taking the design and doing probably what they should have done back in 19 whatever. So that's the only issue I've got is somehow maybe this ought to be delineated so that you can read it. I'm not sure what that is or what the commission would expect that to be.
So City of Columbus,
It could be single color heart.
City of Columbus considers anything that is older than 40 years in the historic district as eligible for contributing to the historic there. Nationally, national parks are usually targets 50 years, so we're a little bit more aggressive here locally. But under either case, this is well within that. We're pushing the. So like Ned said, if you look at the picture of the photo that
Right there, it's good.
you have page 2, or this one looks.
Yeah.
So we understand what you're trying to do. Basically, you're trying to take that lower portion, trying to get it up so you have a second floor, kind of continuing from that window back portion. Out
Yeah. Right.
Like Ned said, typically on a shed roof, you can do things like add a second floor and keep that shadow line of that shed there to identify that this is new and this is existing. Or if you have kind of a block on top of a block, you can have the band board at the original roof elevation there and different siding or different ways of colors and materials to show that. In this case, it's because of the roof style that's there, it's really just putting a hat on top of the roof. We follow that methodology. And the question is that an appropriate approach? Just take what's there, extend it up and then change material. How do we get that to be differentiating but compatible? Don't really have a whole lot of historical examples of roof vertical extensions.
especially on 1960 mansard roofs.
Mhm.
I think that's gonna be the architectural challenge. We've done vertical extensions on top of garages before,
Mhm.
on top of the first floor additions. So we're not against the concept. It's just gonna be a challenge for the architect to figure out how to make that happen. Compatible to what's there, but differentiating.
And put windows in them.
It's a little bit.
Well, yeah, and I was thinking maybe just go up straight vertically in a flat roof and then drop windows in. So I don't.
Would strip windows, if you did more of like a on a hat concept and have strip, maybe that could be something, because the windows are gonna differentiate from the existing windows instead of trying to match them. It could be a differentiator.
Mhm.
Be a little more modern with that.
Sure.
Yeah. So we do have some windows above the garage door currently that was going to be proposed. So if we, instead of matching those to the existing, if we change those, would that be enough?
Go to page 3. This one here. Right now, the original roof would have been about mid height of the windows.
Correct.
So this portion up here was differentiating. That cut the windows out even lower, maybe the windows become more horizontal windows, give it more modern detailing.
Okay.
So you don't really touch what's down there.
So that existing mansard that's only 4 foot or so up, we go ahead and leave that, but then continue the interior walls up. And then at that point, would we want to mimic the same board and batten kind of style below?
You know, if you were wild about it, you could afford it. Do that whole strip of glass. You know, and it could be transparent glass, it could be sprint glass, whatever, but that's kind of the idea of how to get to where I think I need to be.
Okay.
And if you extend it up, you could have a flat roof top of this.
Yeah, the roof would still be about the same, but okay.
You tend to stay away from hats on hats, but in this case, the hat is the defining feature of this roof.
Mhm.
So.
Hot architectural item of the day.
So there was a comment about maybe just changing coloration. Would just changing the style of shingles that are coming down the mansard, would that be a possibility?
I don't know, because it's not deviating form, it's not deviating.
It's not a break.
Visual breaks.
Okay.
Some kind of hard trim board or something
Okay.
in there somehow. And I really think the change in plane of this for that just
Would help it. Okay.
Just looking at the street view, I noticed there's overhead power lines, especially social existing, so.
We had them come out and check and they said it's okay. Yeah. Right.
It's not pushed back to the concept.
Okay.
It's just.
Right. That. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the applicant, if you'd like to continue the review because this is conceptual for September, you would need to submit a new application before next Thursday, close of business.
Okay.
And would that be considered the final application if it met the?
If you make the changes and it comes to the commission with a request for action, it would be the last you need to submit, but we can't guarantee they'd approve or anything. It might continue to be again.
Absolutely.
But it would only need to be one more submission.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
there might be many changes to the drawings.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. Ahead to item number 18, COA 2500758 247 East Livingston. Let's.
Thank you. I was having.
As the applicant to get situated, just for anybody who's going to speak, we're going to ask everybody to raise their hands. And then everybody will swear at the same time. When we call the speakers on the podium to speak, we'll just have you state your name for the record. So that's how we're going to do that. And just a reminder, speakers will have 3 minutes. Focus on raising hands. And for the sake of time, trying to repeat what others say, just say you agree with what they say. That helps this process move a little faster. Right, so out of the gate, if everybody who is an applicant or going to speak, please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's say you do. Fantastic. We will jump into, real quick for the applicants, your name, sir.
Kareem Ammer.
Thank you.
Daniel Ayers, with MBBJ.
While I read the staff report, I'm just going to direct it to a single page up here and then we'll go, I think you'll direct me to go to it here, so. I'll pick a random design page.
Okay.
And then commissioners, well, scroll along, I can just leave you there. This is a conceptual application for demolition and new construction. To demolish the existing brick office building at 251 East Livingston Street. And to construct a new 4-story apartment building with 68 proposed units and 40 parking spaces, which I believe is the current. Yes, correct. The following is from the July 2025. I apologize for a typo on your staff report there. Hearing minutes. Then the application was heard conceptually. The commissioner comments. Commissioners expressed appreciation for the design changes that have taken place since the last review and noted the changes have been responsive to commission feedback. Some commissioners expressed concern over density and lot coverage for the proposed design. Commissioners expressed concern over the disruption of the historic parcels with proposed design stretching a singular building with large massing over 9 different parcels. Commissioners noted that the right block includes more of the appropriate architectural language and design than the left block portions. Overhangs in the left block portion could be beneficial. Flat roofs could also be used as connectors, but if they are used in primary sections, flat roofs would need decorative corbelling to be most appropriate. Some commissioners suggested the view from Cedar Alley should be more architecturally significant portion of the design than what is currently presented. The view at this angle is likely to be seen down Cedar Alley. Commissioners recommended setting back the development at the intersection of Blinkner and Cedar to provide more alley space, passing space for cars at the location. Masonry walls and landscaping would not be supported. Commissioners suggested simplifying the window configurations and designs for the proposal. 2 or more window types may be appropriate across the entire property, but only one window type is. The staff report is posted online, so you're welcome to access those materials as you see fit. And I will share that if you you're welcome to contact the city's ADA coordinator before the next hearing as you need. Some commissioners determined the height may be supported if the design is appropriate, and other commissioners noted they would likely not support 4 stories for any new structure in German Village. Commissioners noted that making the 3rd and 4th story less visible in design and material is recommended. Commissioners recommended changes to the roof on the 4th story to reduce visibility. A mansard or flat roof may be more appropriate. There was no August business meeting, but commissioners requested complete elevation drawings be provided. And those elevation drawings are in your materials packet. HBO staff would recommend the commission and the applicant discuss possible exterior cladding materials for the structure. During this conceptual review, to identify any potential topics of conversation for a future hearing. Note, all exterior cladding materials, windows and doors are subject to the review and approval of the German Village Commission. And a complete list of exterior building materials is required for a request for action. This is conceptual, so we recommend offering design feedback. The basis for the staff recommendation is Title 34 of the zoning code, through 1612, standards for new construction. 31613, standards for site improvements A and B, and 31614 for standards for demolition.
All right, so the way we're going to proceed, we'll let the applicants have their floor time to speak to the design We'll take speaker slips and then we'll open up the commission to have questions. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Good to be back. My name is Kareem Amer, Vice President of Mershad Development. With me was Dan Ayers of NBBJ. I'll just do a sort of a quick recap since the last time we were here. Last time we were here in July, since then we've had the chance to meet with the German Village Society and hear their feedback and continue this dialogue, which we find to be constructive and hopefully can sort of be recognized that we continue to incorporate the feedback we've been given. Some of the main points we heard from them, similarly, the fourth story has some concern, but that it was also a bit too sort of linear. Since then, we've made measures to sort of break that up in the facade materials, as well as parking. It continues to be a concern. And what we did there is add more parking stalls and continue to reduce our unit count, making units bigger and bring that parking ratio up. It's also a good time to also sort of recollect on how far we've come since we've been here in February and sort of some of the major steps we've taken since then. When we first came, scale was much different and it was seen as too contemporary. Last time we were here as well, we were told that, the exterior seemed to mimic German Village a little bit too much as well. So finding that balance is what Dan's here for, and we'll explain of just how good he did that. We also found opportunities on Blankner to set back that frontage, and that will help also with the maneuvering. We heard that would be a good opportunity for public benefit there, is have opportunities for cars to sort of pull over there on as others got through. At this point, I'll pass it off to Dan to go through the slides and chime in appropriately. Yeah. So again, we appreciate the time, and we're here again to present and go through where we're at with our current development. We have had that opportunity to talk with the community, been trying to get as much input as we can so that we can start keep the project moving while still addressing as many concerns as we can. And as you've seen in the presentation, we did again list out what your comments were that came from the commission specifically, so we could address them. A couple of things that we've added, and this is more for context. We're not trying to make the case here, but one of the projects that we noticed, and really looking at the perimeter of German Village, is the city park and nursery is it's more of an industrial building, which again aligns kind of with that edge of German Village, which is about a 3.5 floor. So if you keep going a couple more, and just so that, yeah, it's there on the left. And then we call out actually the height a little bit further. And it's more to give some context of what you'll see on some of the adjustments that we made to our project, which we're starting to look at the windows in this case, and just seeing how a little bit of an industrial impact in this location. The other aspect is in the design guidelines, continuing to review them. The German Village Society in 1960 worked to have the entire area rezoned from manufacturing and commercial to an AR1 high-density residential, which went across the whole historic zone. Then, which is interesting, is in 1972, the society pushed for rezoning of the village, except the commercial area along Livingston, which is separately. So what's interesting about that in my mind is it puts a residential understanding across the whole, but it singles out Livingston as being a little bit different. So when we are looking and discussing both whether it's the design, but also some of the scale and density, and the fact that the high density residential is called out in 1960 as part of that overall zoning. And just bringing it up again as one of the things as we're discussing this, whether it's lot coverage, which we have given some of those calculations around surrounding sites on our own, but then also in general how that fits within German Village overall. So moving on to a couple of the updates. You've already seen a lot of this. We've talked about the demolition. We've added a little bit more context. We heard you about the 9 parcels. So actually adding this in and starting to better understand how those 9 parcels can start to impact the design, and where we're adjusting the overall massing, aligning with those 9 parcels, starts to, again, gives a little bit of a recognition of the history, but it also gave us a chance when we started thinking about Cedar Alley, which we had aligned that larger notch on the south with, we actually shifted the notch to the west. So you're not actually looking into that portion of the project. It adjusted the massing a little bit, but it helps with a view that we have at the end that starts to show that view down Cedar Alley. If you go to the next, overall concept stays consistent that we're working with, understanding these 2 sides of the project from Livingston to the alley. Move to the next. Just overall foreground of everything. Yeah, to go to the next is that lot coverage. And again, calculating that lot coverage around once you put that parking lot in, whether it's a building or whether it's a parking lot, is counted as lot coverage in these cases. So areas that we have been able to set our building back, we are trying to take advantage of as much green space, which we heard loud and clear from the last presentation or the last meeting that we had with you. So it really starts to give us a sense of both what's happening along Livingston and how that's existing conditions and lot coverage really fit and how we fit within that. Next is on, again, we discussed the kind of idea and there were 2 different points of view on those. So we kind of highlighted those and kind of used those as some of the basis of design. So in the renderings, overall here, the big one that you'll see, the biggest change here is on the left-hand side. You'll see the 3-story. We actually brought it out to the street. It's a similar height to Bendy, which is the restaurant to the left. That's going to be the highest point that you're going to see on this side on Livingston. We also, you can see in the lower left corner, we put in the previous image so you can get a sense of what we had before. By rendering the other buildings in front, starts to give you a sense of that overall elevation. And again, we are pretty far north looking back at the project. So go to the next. Now we're up a bit closer. You start to see more. I don't know if we got to the full consistency of 1 or 2 window types. We probably still have, but within specific building facades, we tried to stay more consistent with those overall windows. We used a bit of a board and batten to help break down so that this whole facade along Livingston wasn't all the exact same brick patterning across. You go to the next, the view back. Again, one of the things I want to call out in this is we are standing on the other side of the street and that 4th level is not visible. You are seeing the 3rd floor there. This is not showing any of the 4th floor. We did an animation, which we didn't have done in time to get submitted by the 31st. We have it on a laptop if anybody wants to see it, but it walks around the whole project to give you a sense. We're not trying to hide the 4th floor. We just want to show that it is visibly from Livingston very difficult or almost impossible to see that 4th floor from any vantage point unless you're fully across in the parking lot across the way. We go to the next slide. We move back into the alleyway. The last ask was to also get all the facades around so you start to see the articulation. This is on the west side. We're looking to the east down the alley. Overall, most of what you're seeing is a small portion of the 3rd level above. And if we continue moving down the alley to the next slide, again, similar to what we had presented before, we did get to double hung windows in most of these windows, so a consistency there. And if we keep moving down, one of the discussions here was this used to be, if you look in the lower left corner, a larger dark facade that was going up the 4 floors. One of the other projects within German Village at Grant and Beck is a 3-story project that has a large mansard roof that starts to cover up that 3rd floor. This starts to show that if you can actually pick out where the 4th floor is, it's starting to cover that up with more of a roof. A lot of the roofs around German Village are much taller. So trying a way to give that portion of the project is actually a corridor. So you're not, we're not really losing the daylight into that space. You can see the plantings that we continued to add throughout. And then on 6th Avenue, we did go a little taller again, breaking up that continue. I think one of the things we heard was that we may have gone too far to matching a lot of the context around. In this case, adding another flat roof and a 3rd floor here gives us a little bit of a differentiation. And then the parking garage entry, I think, is one we still have some work to do, whether as a garage door, how we start to articulate that. And partial kind of elevation. Yeah, you can go to the next, which is now looking down. You can start to see with that shifting of that, the cutout on the south side to the west a little bit gives us a little bit of a different view down here. The image on the right is I mean, this feels much cleaner overall, but in the end, with the context of the trees and the existing conditions, starting to understand that this is that one vantage point that 4th floor comes in. But with the way I think we're articulating that roof beyond, gives us an understanding that someone would really have to stop, look, and start trying to count floors to see if it's taller. I think starting to fit within that context. The next images are calling out the heights. So that's bendy at about 32 feet. Our 3rd floor is at about 34. So we're sticking pretty well to that context in an overall height. And then the elevations that you asked for the overall, I would say is a good representation of the facades, but from again, visibility, these give it gives you a sense of where that 4th floor is around the project.
Nick, do you mind just staying on the side elevations?
That one?
Yeah, I think this does a really good job of showing just how minimal that impact of the 4th story we're going through the efforts of making is. You know, it is set back so much really from all 4 sides of the project that, you know, comparatively to the rest of the project, it's, you know, a very small appendage, if you will. And Dan and his team has done a great job of making it virtually, you know, impossible to see from most vantage points as a pedestrian. So I found this, while the elevation, you know, before this could be seen as, oh, is a little bit longer. When you look at it from this angle, it's I'd hardly call it a full 4th story. You know, it's really a smaller refined portion that we've gone through a great deal to set back.
Okay. And then the ending part, and one of the nice things with that 4th floor is it's providing a lot of opportunity for the project and its views and really taking advantage of it for the overall development. That's why we're continuing to pursue this. The 44 feet, if you actually do continue to the west down Livingston, there is a 4-story building on Livingston, the old Schwartz Castle, which is an Airbnb, which is residential. So it isn't saying there are no 4-story buildings in German Village. Within the same zone along Livingston, we do have technically precedent for a 4th floor. So just kind of, again, calling out some of the things that are within this area. And then if you go to the overall floor plans, we have updated how the lower floor parking is working, trash access, and overall parking garage access off of 6th. And that shows the overall increase parking of three stalls. And also on the 3rd floor, you can see how that 4th floor steps back with the outline of the floor below on each of those. So trying to give as much information as we can. If we could show the animation, it would give you a sense of how you can walk around this project. And again, as I had discussed before, 95% of the time you'll never understand that floor is there.
And, you know, one of the other parts of the canvassing we did, and we showed the city park place building that was also, you know, 4 stories. That was also sort of on the perimeter of German Village. It really had that sort of edge condition. And yep, at its peak, it's 59 feet. So, you know, that exists on, I think there's a full.
Oh, where'd it go?
Right there. Yep. Yep. So that exists at at the border of German Village on the south side. And again, at its peak, it's 15 feet higher than our tallest portion. So again, just to extrapolate off what Dan was saying, really not breaking precedence in our opinion here. And again, even with that 4-story, we're taking great measures to mitigate that impact visually.
Off to the left, if you go to the left, right there, that big block, right on the border.
And that, if you even go to Street View, it's just from block to block, just 4-story.
Yeah,
It's a very
consistent,
impactful massing behind what you're seeing here. So again, we're just continuing to canvas and read the DNA of German Village and take cues, and we genuinely feel that we're within the overall sort of precedence of what's around us.
Yeah.
Great. Move on to speaker clips. So a reminder, everybody has already sworn in when you come to the podium. I'll ask your name, just take that for the record. So the first speaker we have is Crystal Kuhn. Nick will have the timer for 3 minutes.
Make it louder. That's what I was testing. Make sure it's audible. I might have. Let's see. It's fine. Oh, it's broken.
Oh.
Do it.
Or maybe.
Got you, no worries.
Yeah, my
You just you run that stick.
yeah, the speaker works half the time. It's a very old phone.
Parents doesn't make a noise.
Yeah, mine's out.
You did.
Wow, that's awesome. I love it. You're at time. Wow.
All right, get 3 minutes, just 1 second. Right, your name is?
Crystal Kuhn.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello again, everyone. For those of you who I have not met or don't remember, I'm the Historic Preservation Manager for the German Village Society. German Village is a nationally significant historic district valued not only for its architecture, but for the care and consistency with which it's been preserved. The preservation of that neighborhood is guided by the German Village Guidelines, which offer a clear and thoughtful framework for ensuring that changes within the district respect its historic character. I'm here this evening really to just help the German Village Society remain engaged in the ongoing process and discussion surrounding the proposed development. Our intent is to stay involved, informed, and collaborative as the project continues to evolve. The German Village Society and its Historic Preservation Committee trust the German Village Commission to uphold the guidelines as written, knowing that when they are applied with consistency and care, they serve as the best tool for protecting the integrity of this unique neighborhood. And finally, I want to thank everyone again who's come to the table. We have residents, commissioners, Historic Preservation Office staff, and the development team. Your willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue is essential to the success of this process and the long-term preservation of our historic district. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing everything tonight.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker, Michael Gallagher.
I will pass. I was filling in case some other people didn't fit.
Fair enough. Moving on to, I won't push this, Gretchen Moat.
Thank you. I am Gretchen Moat. As a longtime resident of German Village, I cherish the uniqueness of German Village. We can thank individual citizens like Frank Fetch, who in the late 1950s and early 1960s recognized unique German Village architecture and initiated an enduring legacy of historic preservation. This German Village Commission, which you sit, was established to uphold the German Village Guidelines, to protect our German village from development proposals that would destroy our neighborhood, which is also designated in the National Register of Historic Places and a Preserve America community. The chart I am circulating shows how the proposal under review is in conflict with the German Village guidelines, and I thank you for your attention to this very important matter. I want to submit a report. Again, thank you very much.
For the commission, it was recommended by the historic preservation officer to not accept additional materials from non-applicant parties.
I think it's going to be addressed by Commissioner Field later. Based on this information.
Excuse me, I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat that, please?
We can't accept materials from non-applicant parties. Your testimony can't have materials.
Testimony, you cannot have a handout.
Okay.
Okay. No handout.
So you still had a minute and 45 seconds if you wanted to.
Oh.
Read it.
Present.
In that instance, if I'm not allowed to submit
Read
it,
it.
I thought it might be easier for people to see it visually, but I'm happy to read it. Cedar Square, B7-14-2025 versus German Village Guidelines. Design element, height. German Village Guidelines should be compatible with adjacent historic buildings, typically 1 to 2 stories, and avoid visual dominance. Developer proposal, 4 stories. Alignment or conflict, conflict. It exceeds typical scale, risks overwhelming adjacent structures. Setback. Addition should be clearly set back and subservient to the historic structure. Setback appears minimal, 4 feet on Blankner, with new construction close to or aligned with historic facades. Conflict. Setback should be increased to reinforce hierarchy and reduce visual impact. Current approach risks overwhelming historic buildings. Massing, must reflect the scale and rhythm of historic buildings. Discourage boxy forms. Large buildings should be visually broken down. Large developer proposal. Large unmodulated massing along Livingston. Continuous height and flat roof line without articulation. Conflict, lacks articulation, fails to reflect the scale and rhythm of historic streetscape. Lot coverage. Encourage preservation of open space. Lot coverage should reflect historic development patterns with rear yards and setbacks. Developer proposal. Lot coverage figure not disclosed. Proposal includes interior parking lot for approximately 40 cars for 68 proposed units. Undetermined alignment or conflict. The exact lot coverage is unknown at this time, but the scale of development and loss of historic open space such potential conflict. Relation to structures and content, additions must be set back and subservient. I did take a few moments to, so I reserve that and I won't go over. Additions must be set back and subservient. Infill must also demonstrate compatibility, height, rhythm, and massing, particularly when built between historic buildings or over historic open space. The proposal fills gaps between contributing buildings and erases historic rear lot rhythm, fails to exhibit visual deference to adjacent historic structures. The conflict. Infill fails to follow principles applied to additions, lacks setback and subservience, visually dominates historic context. And thank you. I was not aware of the prohibition against handing things. I'm a big visual person and I know many people are visual rather than oral. So I was attempting to accommodate that. Thank you again for the ability to read it to you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker is Heidi
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, there we go. Okay, yeah.
And I wasn't sworn. Do you need me to swear?
We're gonna swear you in. If you raise your right hand, just swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Heidi Lorenza, 518 South Fifth Street. My property lies adjacent to the proposed development. And I really just want to reiterate what Gretchen said. Pretty much everybody in this room has come before this commission at one time or another regarding alterations to our properties and improvements to our properties. We are held to the standard of the guidelines. And I would just like to encourage all of you, Commissioner, to treat these applicants the same way you would treat all the applicants that come into this commission. I have seen this commission review in detail height, review in detail massing, review in detail footprint, scale, lot coverage, green space. Everyone needs to be held to the same standards, which are our guidelines. And as Gretchen said, this project does not meet those guidelines. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Clark.
Not here.
Oh, here, no, John Clark. Rosalie Goodsell. And your name for the record?
Pardon me.
Your name for the record?
Rosalie Goodsell. Oh, you're the one.
Yeah.
My name is Rosalie Goodsell. I own a double directly across Blinkner Alley from Cedar Square. I've resided in Sherman Village since 1962 and experienced days of redlining events. In the early days, my husband and I risked cash and restored many deteriorating and condemned homes with no vision other than to save homes from the urban bulldozers. Now, out-of-town developers want to take advantage of all others who have also risked much over 60 years of revitalization. Let me remind you that the developer in 2019 came here with a request for 42 to 50 units with 50 parking stalls. The July 2025 plan now proposes 68 units, 18 additional, with inadequate parking for 40 stalls. They also claim 10 on-street parking. How can they claim on-street parking? They have even proposed more units and less parking with a minimum of 4 feet in setbacks from the property line than before. Let me remind you, the developer offered 14 feet setback off their property line on Blinkner Alley in March of this year. In July, the developer planned to change the setback in Blinkner to a mere 4 feet. This setback is ridiculous and will overwhelm historic structures approximately 10 feet away from my property line and 15 feet to the front doors. This imposing structure will actually be as if it's in my front yard. Imagine that. The 14 setback proposed in March this year could be given serious reconsideration by the developer. The new construction so close to historic surrounding structures should not be allowed to destroy the existing integrity of these structures. Where is the win-win? This project, if recommended, will set a precedent for other large developments on the Livingston Avenue corridor. Developers are reaching out to me for market studies because of my expertise of almost 50 years as a German Village realtor, so I know what's coming. If these monster buildings are given COAs, the gateway to Sherman Village will be forever fortresses engulfing our charming neighborhood. If not carefully protected, we could even lose our historic designation bestowed upon us by the federal government. You are caretakers of Columbus Codified German Village guidelines, and you're required to uphold them. Thank you for your time. All you do to protect the historic integrity of our charming neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Paul Burke. Go state your name and microphone, please.
Paul Burke, 314 Jackson Street, lived in German Village for 39 years. My comments tonight are regarding the size and width of Blinkner Alley. Back in 2019, a city engineer came to the village, did all the measurements and whatever you do when you do studies, of the alley and submitted his findings to the Board of Zoning Adjustment and also to City Council. And the things that he discussed and presented to them were, number one, the alley was too small to accommodate two-way traffic. Utility poles were a big obstacle and they needed to be removed. They also recommended that the developer owner of Cedar Square should transfer land to the city. City in turn would then rededicate that land. All necessary to make the alley wide enough. You've been to the alley, I know you have. You see the obstacles that it has. You talk about the opportunities to pull over for cars to travel by side. That's going to go away when you come in with your development and you put your property right on the line. And there's no room that you cannot get two-way traffic. You make a major obstacle. So what I'm saying today is that what they found in 2019 is still applicable today. Things haven't changed. So the only way to accommodate this opportunity that you have is to widen that alley, for one. And that's one of the obstacles that you have to overcome. It's a major obstacle. Thank you.
All right. Applicants, is there anything you want to address before we open up questions, comments?
I think the only other thing, we've been talking to a number of other and appreciate all the comments from the community we have received. And I have some letters, I'll submit them potentially next time, of support for the overall development and project. Some wishing it was taller, not going to go there. But I think one of the key things is there are some voices that are saying they're expressing their concern, which we appreciate the input, but there are other voices out there that are giving their support also. So just keeping that in mind as we move forward.
All right, so open up to questions, comments from the commission. Commissioner Flynn, I know you've had several.
Gonna be a little off, everybody, please bear with me, fellow commissioners. Yeah, but let me go through. I think we need to have a methodology of how we're gonna go about looking at this based on what the guidelines, criteria are. And I'm going to quote from the guidelines, and bear with me because I'm going to read this. The design of a new building can be divided into three elements: massing, materials, and details. The German Village Commission considers all three elements when reviewing a proposal for new construction. To design a new structure that is compatible with an historic neighborhood, one must generally vary from the historic context in one of these elements. That's massing, materials, or details. Varying two elements is occasionally acceptable. Varying all three elements is rarely, if ever, appropriate. So I want to talk about the fact that massing, material, and details are further broken down in the guidelines to sub-elements. And I think this is kind of structured that we all ought to talk through this together as we're going through it, piece by piece by piece, and coming to some kind of consensus. To me, deviation of new construction in one of these sub-elements should be sufficient to vary from the historic context or to be discernible from the existing historic building. Deviations in several moves a new structure away from relating to its location within the historic district. So we've got lot coverage, massing, materials, and details are the four main elements that are covered. Massing is broken down into shape, scale, proportion, size, height, roof shapes and elements, building opening rhythm. Materials is broken down into traditional materials, new materials, and a mix of materials. And then architectural details are broken into similar and existing surrounding structures, foundation height, floor-to-floor heights, cornice lines, friezes, yada, yada, yada. And then landscaping architecture has a bunch of categories too: fences and walls, site lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, etc. We can talk about that more later. So lot coverage is where I want to start first. Although the building pattern in German Village is generally very dense, the historic plan of the neighborhood included some green or open space yard on most lots. Typical uses of yard space includes gardens, patios, planted and grass areas. I'm taking this right from the guidelines. The typical pattern was that residential structures had a small setback from the front and side yards and a larger setback from the rear lot line. In many cases, a secondary structure such as a barn or garage was located close to the rear and side rear lot lines. This plan allowed for an open yard space left in the center of the property. Few exceptions to this plan occurred in German Village, mostly with commercial buildings, which may take up an entire lot, leaving only 2 small service areas in the rear. These buildings are typically located along major commercial streets or on commercial corner nodes. And these are exceptions that we've talked about. As you pointed out, the large one, diametrically opposite from your site and about as far away from this site as you could possibly be in the village. New structures should be designed to have similar proportion and pattern of structure versus open space or yard space. While this may vary somewhat, it is important to pay attention to the existing conditions on the block and in the area. Maximizing lot coverage with new construction, leaving little outdoor space, is not in accordance with traditional historical development patterns in the neighborhood and is not appropriate for new construction in German Village. That's right from the guidelines. So the elements to live in lot coverage, I think, is percentage of coverage, setbacks, and spacing as we're viewing this. Second major element is massing. Mass, the most important element in new construction design, includes the overall size, shape, and proportion of the structure. The Commission typically begins its review of new construction projects by discussing massing and will evaluate the massing of the new structure in terms of its relationship to the specific project site and within the overall context of its neighborhood. So the first subcategory of this is shape. Typical shapes in German Village range from simple rectangles like cottages without additions, porches and dormers, to more complex ones as shaped Italian egg houses or some of the later Queen Anne structures, which feature many more interesting masses as well as porches, balconies, and bay windows. Where shape is the compatible element in new construction, where this is the one you're deviating on. Keep in mind that a new building does not need to be identical in shape to those around it. However, its shape should have a similar complexity or lack of complexity to the adjacent and nearby buildings. Scale, second category, subcategory element. Scale refers to the size of a building in relation to adjacent and nearby structures. A building that is significantly larger or smaller than those around it will appear out of scale and therefore not compatible with the guidelines. Proportion is the relationship between the height and width of a structure. While the typical structures in German Village may vary somewhat in proportion, most of them appear to be taller than they are wide or have vertical proportions. Structures with excessively horizontal proportions are generally not appropriate. I think size is reflected in both the discussion of scale and proportion. Height. Building heights vary considerably throughout German Village. The design of a new building should take into consideration the height of adjacent structures, as well as the range of heights of structures on the block. Most blocks in German Village have continuity of building height, although some blocks have more consistency than others. The height of a new building shall fall at or below the average height of the surrounding structures. The overall height of the building will affect its proportions, so the maximum height of the building should be considered when planning the massing of the building. It all ties back to scale, proportion, part of massing. Roof shapes and roof elements. Roof shapes and elements such as dormers and chimneys should reflect the predominant pattern of buildings in the area and should relate to the style of the house. Building opening rhythm. This is the pattern of window and door openings in a building and the amount of repetition of wall space between the openings. This pattern, established by the relationship of window or door openings to the surrounding wall area, should respect the neighboring structures. The percentage of glass to wall should approximate that of neighboring structures. A new building with large expanses of floor to ceiling windows and little exterior wall area will therefore be inappropriate. Second element is materials. Subcategory traditional materials. The use of traditional materials such as stone, brick, and wood in new construction is encouraged. The continuity of materials helps to maintain compatibility between new and historic structures. The innovation or creative use of traditional materials is also encouraged. New construction has typically replicated the traditional choices of building materials and generally falls into two main categories: frame and brick. New materials should not attempt to replicate or imitate other materials. And a mix of materials, the most buildings in German Village are comprised of mix of materials. New construction in historic districts should consider the mix of materials in the adjacent area. Buildings in the area were built with only one or two principal materials, then the design should maintain that mix. However, if the block has a variety of materials and textures, the design should be of similar complexity. In general, the new construction should be simple or simpler than the existing structures in the area. Then we have details, which is broken into architecture and subcategories, and then landscape and subcategories. And these are visually defined in a result of getting the above categories correct before you move on to those. So I think we have a lot of conversation here about lot coverage, massing, et cetera, in relation to what the guidelines specify and what you're proposing. I don't think you're even close.
Well, if I may, you know, you led this sort of description by saying there are three elements, and new construction can vary in one, if not two instances, and still be appropriate. To which, you know, if we can have this conversation on massing, but, you know, if we're talking about massing material and details, you know, the argument is to be had that, you know, we can align on material and details, and if massing is something we can't come to terms on, the German Village guidelines give acceptance for one or two of those elements to deviate.
It's one sub-element of massing, not all the elements of massing.
And I don't know if we actually, yeah. And I think it's great. I think if we want to use all of those aspects as the guidance, we can go through example like on lot coverage, typical have small yards in the front. We're showing small yards in the front, back having larger opening, or garages. We're showing garages in the back. Like there are ways that we can walk through each of these and address the challenge. I think some of it is going to be the interpretation of that, which can be, well, yeah, it's a small yard in front, but they're typically larger. Well, us determining that, I think we can go through. If it would be helpful, that may be a way that we can go through and highlight all of those aspects that we think we're adhering or meeting those guidelines. And then there are, given on the way that it's written, opportunities to break from that, and that new construction, I think the underlying principle isn't copying what's there, right? So when we get into the details and the materials, a lot of that we are falling within the interpretation of what we're looking for. But I wouldn't necessarily say we're that far off from what you just went through. In your interpretation, it can be, and that's where I think we have to have that dialogue.
And I think this is how we need to structure it. So that we are comprehensive and we satisfy our role as commissioners in making sure that this project and all projects are compatible with that.
I think we agree with that. That's objective.
I think
right, you know, rather than
and we can show it as best we can represent it within the presentation. So
In previous meetings and hearings, we've structured it as such, so.
I would disagree with that. I would say we have not. We have, and this structure is based on large scale to small scale. We've jerked around.
Yeah.
It's, you know, who wants to speak first and what's their pet peeve? And I don't think that's any way to address this project or any other project applicant that comes in front of the commission. I think we need to have a structure. A lot of this does not apply to most applications, but I think we need a new structure that we can go through this comprehensively and feel satisfied that we have done our due diligence, they have met the requirement, and the public knows we've done our job.
Yeah.
the one question I have is what I had stated earlier, that Livingston is part of the 1960s historic, but not part of the 1972 zoning that was stated in the guidelines. So your interpretation and your guys, the commission's understanding of how that influences this project is going to be needed for us to understand where in the guidelines we fit, because along Livingston is not the same as 1 Street South.
As far as the guidelines?
The guidelines state that along Livingston, the zone that we are in, which is zone commercial, is not part of the 1972 zoning. So your interpretation of that will help us understand how we fit within that.
zoning code says that the guidelines takes precedence over.
1960 guidelines. The 1972, as it says, to protect the residential quality of the neighborhood, in 1972, the society pushed rezoning of the village except the commercial area along Livingston. I read that as one thing. The next, as it goes on to, it talks about 1- and 2-story buildings. So when we start talking about massing, is that in the 1960 the early German Village Society 1960, or is that 1972? I don't know when I read the guidelines how those two can be like. Are we going? We technically are fitting within the 1960s, not the 1972 zoning, which is the guidelines are based on.
You have to meet the guidelines of the
For,
village.
for 1960, it's very clear on page 8. And I just need the interpretation. And whether that's after this, from however it wants to be interpreted, we just need that understanding from you on how it's interpreted, because that is very clear that along Livingston, very clear, except the commercial area along Livingston, which when you look at the zoning, this is the commercial area along Livingston. So I just need that information.
Title 34 of the zoning code update is the most applicable code, which still gives the authority of approved guidelines to be the guiding authority of the commission. The current German Village guidelines published in 1989 are approved by city council and therefore are the guidance.
I don't.
3.11, not 3.3116 of the city code, which is approved by city code, and those are the standards for alteration. None of those are superseded by the zoning code update for this district, and the zoning code update for this district would supersede any previous for this area of the district.
I think the overwhelming point is that there's a sense of self-awareness in the German Village guidelines that there's a bifurcation between Livingston and the residential behind it. And that it's been contemplated by not only the village, but the society, which pushed for this, that the zoning should have been different and remain different. We're not going to, combat whether the zoning applies, but there's a contemplation that Livingston should be treated different as well.
Similar to High Street, where the zoning doesn't go to.
Further point of clarification is you're reading quotes and guidance from the German Village Society, which has been maintained as a separate.
This is from the German Village
guidelines.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the German Village Society, that is a non-governmental entity, and this is a governmental
Right.
entity.
I think from my understanding then, your point is, didn't matter what they wrote in there from 1972, that the Livingston is looked at differently. From your take on this, you guys would all agree that no, it doesn't matter. It still falls under all of German Village. Even though it's written very clearly that they specifically left out the zoning, that zone along Livingston. Very specific.
Say I'm the resident historical archivist of the in the 1960s, the district was rezoned AR1 across the board.
Yeah.
Somewhere between that time and 1972, there was a commercial district set up along Livingston.
Okay.
The rest of the district was put to R2F.
Right.
AR1 was based at the time, there was industrial, commercial, AR1.
Okay.
So AR1 was low density residential. We know we're not low density. We're actually one of the more dense residential city. So we moved to an R2F to allow for the family units on a single property.
Okay.
The city decided to leave that commercial corridor as C4. Somewhere along the line that changed the commercial. If you look at the historic development patterns along there, it's a mix of residential and commercial, but there are more commercial properties along that strip than other places. But you'll see the same kind of buildings along, peppered in amongst along Third and Mohawk.
Yeah.
So architecturally, historically, a lot of the commercial uses are in residential constructed buildings. And that's where we get this mix of zoning versus architectural applicability.
Okay.
If you go back to the very, very founding documents where the city was looking at the concept of historic districts, 1960 and before, there was a very vibrant discussion, to say the least, in a report that came out of the city's planning department, talking about got to make sure the boundaries are set. We don't want to extend the boundaries too far because that can lead to incorporating more industrial, more commercial, more large format structures that are not compatible with the type of structures found in German Village. So at that point in time, when the district was developed and founded, there was a awareness that large structures would not be compatible with the single family, double family, 4 quad kind of structure that are in the village. So while we do have some structures that are there, they were the exception, not.
Okay.
So I'll make sure we're aware that just because we see documents stating that it's R2F and AR, there's a whole background historical context to what those were.
And that's what I'm asking for, is just that understanding, for sure.
Want to go point by point, got the intent here and start talking through them.
Think.
Okay. And we want to bring the first point and we'll discuss that here.
Yeah, lot coverage, is the first item. Percentage of coverage, does this represent the typical pattern of lot coverage in the village? The same for the setbacks and same for the spacing between elements of this project or this project in the existing elements, so whatever we want to look at and discuss it.
So I think that, talk about lot coverage, it's the new structure, proposed structure is lot coverage. As I said before, it's also having impact to the existing structured lot coverages. By the fact that we're chopping lots up and shrinking, it's not just that this property is now getting 80%, I'm not sure, I haven't seen the number of what specifically.
88.
But now we have all those individual buildings that used to be residences, became commercial, but still residential style and development patterns. And now they're at 70, 80% when our target is 50. So.
And your interpretation of lot coverage is parking included?
Building.
As part, just building. So you're looking, even though the general look of lot coverage is parking, and parking would be anything that's covered in asphalt. And again, that's just my interpretation.
Impervious to pervious.
Impervious, yeah.
Structures, houses, garages, structures.
Just structure. So you're looking at just pure structure. Okay. So if we like the area in the back, we colored it in pink, which would be parking, which is then built into that. So it's actually going to be less, but.
Open to the sky, it's open space.
How many of the buildings across German Village do you think are at 50%?
The vast majority are at 50% or below. There are some, especially up in this quadrant of the small buildings, on small lots. As you move down towards the park,
they start to fill in. Right. So there's a variety.
33 feet roughly width, and you're at very narrow blocks with an alley down the middle. Some of these have been shrunk into 2. So that's where you start getting some of that condensed.
Right. And we have many along here that are almost 100. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Now, there's one quote that the commissioner read regarding commercial buildings and the appropriateness for them to cover almost the entirety of a lot except for 2 service areas in the back. I mean,
Slaughterhouses, we've had manufacturing plants, we had a brass foundry, just gone. The other ones are gone also. They were replaced by multifamily housing projects. One is the condos on Lears, one is the north side of Lear, et cetera.
Grant and Beck Street condos.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So I guess, pardon my ignorance, but why would that not apply in this situation as a commercial building?
So typically it would be a lot, front to back width of lot. We're talking front to back width of lot and width of block across the entire back. It's not a parcel. Talking entire city block, half block, you say the alley is half. It's a little bit different than saying, okay, we're extending from.
But
front to back.
how would you put a commercial building on a single family lot?
Of a scale that would be fitting of a single family lot. If you look at the Bendy restaurant, commercial style building of the time of the style. If you go over to up and down 3rd Street, you'll see commercial buildings. They're of the scale of a lot. If you go to the northwest corner, I'll give you a 3-story example. Northwest corner, the southeast corner of City Park in Livingston. It's one of the few 3-story structures, corner property. The details there, the size there, how it fits in the lot. You typically cover the lot, but it's a typical lot size, not a mega lot size.
Old Hackler is another example of a three-story, but they're the exceptions.
That's part of the struggle we have is because the scale, so lot coverage scale, it's not conforming to typical development patterns of typical lot sizes. This is combining all the lots together into one new giant lot. It's not typically historical. So we're trying to fix, so to mitigate that, what we tried to do is try to find facades, try to find ways to break up that facade and make it fit. Which is what the Grant Backstreet condos have done, other developments have done. So that's a piece of it. But like I stated, if we say, okay, this thing has a lot coverage, you still have those remaining houses, be them commercial use or not, but their lot coverage is now also completely dense. There's been nothing done to save those lots, to give them their rear yard, to give them the open space.
Well, they have space. We haven't calculated it in here, but it'll be similar probably to other lots, but okay. So whatever we can get, we'll update the percentages based on that interpretation. And then, I mean, we are where we're at with that on an overall lot coverage. So, but as you said, breaking down each of those pieces of the lot coverage, it's not coverage percentage is one, but then the front having a yard
Setback spacing between.
and setbacks and space in between. So we have, I think one of the comments last time was saying back off of Livingston more, which we have, at certain areas we're almost 15 feet back. And I think we're 8 feet.
I'm not sure that's appropriate.
To not, or to keep it, it was one of the, I think we were further out. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
sure. Yeah. I think it does help with some of the softness of the landscaping and other things that adds. Sure. Okay.
You're
saying on the right side, you don't like it matching
I think it's
just saying,
I think part of, this is to me.
Think
about kind of moving over into scale.
a little bit, yeah.
And block patterns.
Yeah, block patterns. So I look at, ignore the three-story Thurman manufacturing facility style and look to the right. Looking at just the facade along Livingston, not the stuff behind it, not the higher portion. I think that hits the rhythm of Livingston. I think that three-story building is just taking a design cue from a mega industrial structure, not just commercial, but industrial, from what used to be the far south end and stuff like that. Big structures happen down there. If you're looking for a three-story structure that's more part of the development pattern, you look at the southwest corner of Grant and Livingston, which you do photography, that kind of scale of commercial residential above. You see that very commonplace along Livingston as you move west.
Yep.
You'll see that kind of design.
And it was a little bit of a break in this case. We had heard too much like the similar, so we did push it. I think in this case, if we push that third floor back a little bit, different material on the top, so you get the read of the 2 floor, does that start to help with that?
Opposed to the potential 3-floor there.
Okay.
Because we have
Okay.
a 3-floor.
All along there. Yep.
It's the windows. It's the windows.
Okay. Okay.
Getting that's where the details come back into play, get the right details for the development pattern along that block, and that comes back to the portion that.
Okay. We'll look at that for sure. Okay. That's perfect.
the amount of that one where the eagle end is facing Livingston, the more left one. It's like the ratio of windows to brick on that one is quintessential German Village.
Yep.
And it's the ratio on the far left addition that's pushing out is just.
Okay.
That is more of the commercial.
Okay, but I thought you meant it was a 3-story building, sorry.
No, it's only 2. Okay, 3-story is the southeast corner of City Park.
Yeah.
And I also, back to setbacks and lot coverage slightly. I think an important diagram that I would love to see eventually is one, where or not you're meeting with your setbacks on the lot line and how much of that is open space. Because if you've got a 1-foot setback and it's all open space, it's kind of moot in my. not really.
I think everything we show is 5 feet, like, and that's the scale is when you look at it along the alley, those are 5 foot or more setbacks in certain areas. So yeah, yep.
Being able to know what.
Okay, okay.
In the historic development pattern of setbacks along Livingston, it varies. There's much more up against the
Sidewalk,
than
yeah, sure.
other streets throughout, because it is historically a more commercial corridor, but 1880s commercial, not
Yeah,
2000.
and maybe we pulled it back too far on that. So we'll look at that.
That was my point.
Yep.
So to me, just looking at the pure facades of just what's up on Livingston, aside from the big block, I think you're hitting that.
Not having been at the July hearing and seeing this, it had moved in a good direction.
Right.
I think to the lot coverage and massing piece, focusing on that still. The portion behind it is that fourth floor. You're not gonna see it walk on the street, we talked about that.
Yep.
But you're coming from across 71. You're gonna see all this coming across 71, coming down Grant. You're gonna see
I tried to find it on Grant. The fences that are on there make it almost impossible to see. So
I'm gonna make the point,
Yeah.
you're gonna be able to see it from somewhere. Whether it's the second story of somebody's house, Nationwide Children's, whatever they may build up there and everything. And the center line of Livingston is the demarcation point of the historic district. And everything south of that needs to fall in place.
even if there are other 4 stories on Livingston.
Even if there are other
Okay.
4 stories on Livingston outside of the district, doesn't count.
No,
Within
inside the district.
Where?
The
Schultz.
Yes.
Castle.
That is one exception.
But I'm just saying, you can't say there are none.
Justify
I'm not justifying it.
on a project by one exception.
But that one,
It's an exceptional.
yeah,
Exception.
I was just surprised to find one. It's on Livingston. It is much more visible than this is. And you see it from all over on somebody's second floor. They have to look out at Schwartz Castle. So I know, I'm just saying, if that's the case.
The top roof of that used to be a sunbathe pit, so we're not gonna see that.
You know, Dan is saying it a lot sort of nicer, but I can't help but feel like we continue to omit, relevant context here, just, for the sake of convenience.
The guidelines talk about what's in the immediate neighborhood, what's in the immediate block, et cetera. Schwartz's Castle is too far away. The old mechanical engineering offices that were down at the southwest corner are way too far away. They're all
So-
exceptions. They're not standard language of the village. We love our exceptions. I'm not looking for this to be an exception.
Right, and we understand your point of view. You will never vote for the 4th floor. We have other council members that have their points of view on it. We haven't heard those, so we understand.
And then, I don't mean to keep pointing out these exceptions, but, we're held to the standard that, well, design based on within the context of German Village, but then we're being told, well, you'll be able to see the 4th story from outside of German Village. You'll be able to see it from Nationwide. Even though Nationwide is an 8-story building, we can't use that as contextual reference because it's outside of German Village. So it's a bit of a double standard is all I'd want to point out. And last point I'll make, there's a 200-foot height district across the street from us that will likely block this view from.
If you're coming from Grant or other
Right.
spots in the future.
That 208 thing. So, and it's not a matter of whether you can see it inside or whatever. It is in the context of this is the village, this is the scale of this collection of buildings and structures and open spaces and everything that is consistent that when you come to German Village, you should not need a sign that says, hey, you're in German Village. You recognize immediately from the scale of the structures, et cetera, that as you cross that boundary in the middle of that alley or that street that divides it, you know you're in German Village. And I use the analogy of Central Park. that German Village is at the scale of Central Park, and everything around it can be whatever it wants to be. It can be multi-story apartment place. We are that island.
Yeah. Grant and Beck is one that when you're in the village, you would say it's a 2-story building. But the reality is it's 3 stories. So I think it is something that needs to be discussed. If you can't tell walking around on the streets, if you can't see it, it's kind of like a tree falling in the forest. Do you actually hear it? If people can't ever see it, how is it going against and ruining that entry and having that impact on the community? So the images are in the package.
So,
3 stories on the back, 2-story reed on the front. That roof covers the 3rd story. That's where I kind of get to
The dormer out the back of the roof.
and so we've stated that.
Yeah.
Two to a 3 stated.
Right. I'm mentioning. No. I'm using it as from anyone that's walking around, 99% of the people walking through German Village will look at this and say it's a 2-story building.
And they're right. And
Yep.
that goes to the fact that they, if you were saying this was a historic building, they've accessed the roof space and put a dormer on the back of it.
What is the year on this one? I know, I couldn't find it.
In late aughts. No, early aughts.
Okay.
2000.
That's the industrial zone.
Before I'm on the commission.
Okay. So I'm just, when I look at it, and that's what we were trying to do even on the backside by sloping the roof over the corridor space. It's a roof. When you read it, could you count the 3rd and 4th floor? It's an understanding that we get that there's a 4th floor there. We're not trying to call it out and making it a feature of the project. We're not trying to scream that we have a 4th floor. We're trying to give the opportunity for people to have a view back into the city at a level that is on par with the scale along Livingston that I think has an opportunity there. But again, I think it's one we have to hear from the other commission members on where they stand on that 4th floor.
I think the idea was there, but in especially 31, it falls apart because that dormer isn't pulled back. So much vertical wall on that dormer that it looks odd. And you're registering. There's
Something there.
but it's
Yeah.
not quite
And it might be a reading of I mean, we're showing the level 2 coming through there. No, it is proportionally something that we could look at, but again, we had been asked that the top of this also varies. It's not perfectly flat across there. We're also not trying to increase the height anymore of where we're at. We are talking about 10 feet. We're not asking for 2 or 3 more stories. We're asking for 10 feet above the other surrounding buildings. So I think that's just something that we need to consider. We're at 44 feet to the top. We're not asking for an absorbent amount.
Remember how the height of the building is calculated, it's the midpoint of the sloped roof or the top of the flat.
If this is, top of the flat. So yes, working around some to the west of our site is basically a 3-story. It is flat at that height at 35 feet. I think we have it called out in here, and we're asking for 44. So that is still within the context of a block. So just again, trying to give some context to everybody says 4th floor. We're looking at the heights. We are talking about 10 feet. We're not talking about.
I'd say shorter than what's existing.
I would say you're going from predominantly, you say 2.5, dominant height of this block.
Yeah.
So we say, okay, 2.5, but now your baseline is flat 3. And then we're also saying 4 in the entire center spine of this block. So it's like you're assuming that the 2.5 to 3 would be a given for the entire footprint, aside from a couple front pieces. And then that we're talking about all, the exception of the 4. I think your exception is all that 3 plus the 4. So if you're walking through here, you're gonna see all these little windows.
So, but we're looking at this view, and I know we keep putting this up. This is the exception on the view. Like, the view is pedestrian walking or driving. And in this case, we're still in the middle of the street on all these views to see these. It's, well, you can see a person there. We're eye height. If you go back to the one on the alley, there's a person there. We're eye height. We're not trying to, and again, we did an animation that shows you can see everything. It's not trying to hide anything.
Let's talk about data and actual stuff, not anything that's perceived.
Sure.
So that's where we're at with guidelines.
Not perceived.
So for context of previous applications on smaller scale, typical general scale stuff, we have additions to houses, and we say, okay, your house is a certain height, your addition must be at or below, and our deviation has been 1-story cottages, really can't get below, so we've allowed to have a little bit larger in context of the surrounding structures to give usage of the site. But we're giving that exception of height in context of everything else to preserve the historic 1-story. So this last hearing, last conceptual review is this design is taking the maximum of everything they can get and asking for extra. It's not coming from, this is the bare minimum and I need to have more. This is the maximum and I need more. That's what I feel is happening with this approach. And it's like, I can't give you the 4th because you've already taken 3 across the entire block.
Not out to the same perimeter. So yes, but when you look around the perimeter, we are 2 floors for the most predominantly visually around, and technically 2 floors around the perimeter. The 3rd floor, again, perceived or not, is set back from that, not in plane. And we have a couple of spots, as we did out on Livingston, we went to 3. But at pretty much any vantage point, specifically on the alley or others, even on Livingston, you're reading 2 floors. And that's the goal, right? I don't disagree that we are going to 3 and we're going to 4. But what is hard to look at is to say, continually saying that's 4 floors. Like, again, if you're not understanding it as if you're walking around the project, and we're being very thoughtful as best we can, thoughtful of what's the context that we're working in. And we've scaled the project to that context. You guys have made comments that the scale and the context, how it fits within the context, is so much better. There's a lot of good comments around that. And there aren't moments along here. And again, I'm testing and trying to find where we're missing and where we can push back. Like that one portion at the top there, that 3rd floor, if I push it back a little bit more, we're to a point that scale wise this fits in, that I don't think, and again, it gives interpretation in this room of us looking at this and saying it's too tall, when for reality, I don't believe it has a scale issue within the context. Yes, we all know there's a 4th floor there because we've seen it in section and we've seen it in a rendering from afar. But when we're walking through the project, when we're walking around it, if you see it as 2 stories, where is this really breaking
the guidelines say 2 stories or less. Doesn't say perceived as 2 stories or less.
And that's, again, yeah.
To me, goes across our whole, I'll say, charter of this commission is to all the guidelines. And when we start letting that go, we have to let it go everywhere.
Technically has been, we've brought up, I think as Kareem had mentioned, there are variations within all of German Village. We have pointed out the other variations within German Village. We can't say 100% that every building from here on out in German Village is below 3 floors or 4 floors, because they do exist within there. So the guidelines are set to help set this up, that we can design this in a way that when you're looking at it, you see it as a 2-story building.
I agree to disagree with you.
Well, there's 3 elements.
We
can't
only
seem to
got through lot coverage.
We can't seem to come to an agreement on height or scale. But the guidelines say we can vary on 1, if not 2 elements, as long as we can agree on the other materials, details.
I'm not saying I disagree that you can deviate in every single sub-element of massing. I would say you can deviate on 1, and that's enough for the intent of the guidelines to make this discernible as a new build, not as a historic replication. So if you want to deviate on scale, fine, but you have to hold up all the other massing sub-elements. Because the purpose of this is to make it discernible that this is a new build and not a mock-up of a historic language. And I think it only takes 1 to do that, not licensed to violate all of them.
Okay, so for the sub-elements for scale then, we can vary on 1 or 2 of those.
1 or 2 max.
Okay, well, I
You
mean,
gotta strictly adhere to all the rest of them.
okay, so if we can show a consistent pattern of lot coverage around us, east, west of us, and we can comply in that regards, it sounds like there's rhetoric in the guidelines that would allow us to vary in terms of height.
But at the same time, you have to maintain scale and proportion, and that's gonna be hard. Because you're gonna be limited by lot coverage. You gotta make it all work.
Well, yes, we do have to make it all work, and we're going to continue to do so. But there is an opportunity for a 4th floor to exist if we can comply with everything else, essentially, because we do have the opportunity to vary in a few elements.
Say that's the way the guidelines are written, that you can vary 1, maybe 2, and certainly not 3.
Okay.
If one of those you want to vary on is height, then you got to make everything else work. I'm right there with you.
Okay. Okay, we're just trying to agree on something here, rather than go.
There's a whole bunch of other people have conversations.
Right, yep, sure.
And I think when we get down to details, which are gonna be flowing out of all
That's
the
the
others,
next, yeah.
it's gonna be nitpicky, but I don't think it's gonna be bad, because you're gonna get.
Yeah, I think we can get there.
And this, if I set this up as a structure for us, start with the big stuff.
Yeah.
And then work our way down scale wise to low.
Yeah.
A lot of comments on details.
Well, and again, a lot of this has been getting the scale at the larger scale. And I know the windows and the doors, we have a lot still to go. So I
Yeah.
appreciate we can go through those, and
That's why we want to dig into that tonight.
yeah, I think it's helpful if you have a few that will continue to, I know like the stairs and stuff are still rendering like concrete. They're not but yes, we have some work to do.
I'll say one other thing when we talk about your concept of perception. We ignore all the conversations about height. Let's talk about perception. One of the characteristics of German Village is what we call these windows. Walking down the street, you're gonna have house against house, okay, yeah, but then the next house, you have a gap, and you're gonna see sky, you're gonna see yard, you're gonna see the houses fronting on the other side.
Yep.
By the nature of this design, just because of what you're trying to build, any windows you get, any visuals you get between portions of this, you're hitting the wall. in every spot because it's one giant block long mass.
Yes.
And that's a characteristic that it's gonna be really hard to figure out how to get that right. Plantings is one way of doing it, but
Yeah.
plantings that are 3/4 tall. So that's a piece of it. It's not an automotive scale. It's a pedestrian scale. So you're walking along. What this is, we got forms, but it's a mass. So we've talked about material, how do we deviate materials and all things. How do we get things to not read as one? And if you're jamming everything up against each other as one long continuous, how do we make that work?
Yeah, I would say the most, yeah, and I agree with that. And that one's going to be, I don't want to fake views back because it doesn't work, but along Livingston, and again, the animation shows you do get those views back. They do hit buildings, but I think even on a couple along the alleyway, you get that. So, yeah, and I don't know where, I mean, that's a characteristic of German Village in specific areas again, and it's not everywhere. So I think that's where we just have to figure out where, if there's enough, or if there are opportunities that we can create that feeling.
This Livingston portion, I think is probably more, it's one of the more dense for sure. I think there's a bunch of open holes right now because structure's been brought down.
Yeah,
which is
unfortunately.
driving.
Yeah, right.
So definitely need to make sure you're taking cues of how do we provide those vignettes of gaps.
How would you, if we brought, and we have the historical of what was there from the 1940 aerial photography, that lot coverage is what was existing. Can we use that as the baseline of where percentage wise we could get to?
I'm kind of there with that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the 9 parcels we talked about. You had brought that up last time. Yeah.
I think as long as what you're looking at, we agree with what you're looking at, is the place to probably start.
Yeah, the ones I found online are hopefully high enough resolution we can see it. We don't have much else, but yeah, we can try to use a couple of photos or.
Houses these buildings that were residential here had significant structures out in the back.
Yeah, right, exactly. From the alleyway was full of that, so it doesn't, yeah, I wish we had a photo of that alley, but
Yeah.
it would be, okay.
The only caveat that is to say, make sure that the aerial show, we've got 75-80% lot coverage.
And we're-
all that along the perimeter. Now we've got this fortress of stuff and all the open spaces in the center. Look at that defeats the purpose of the historic development.
Sure.
That's my only catch-22.
This goes back to what he said about each parcel following that kind of lot coverage.
Yeah. Okay.
To respect the existing structures and give them the open space they need.
But I think it's achievable by creating their own hyphens. So we use that with additions.
Right.
Good point.
Roof structure, so you can create your own hyphens and glass out portions of the building to allow light and visibility through portions of the building to keep that consistent lot structure. To help make the massing feel lighter.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be at the wall, just this, it can be.
Yeah.
And add a little bit of space that, okay.
A space of it, just essentially back to the corridor and the spine of this building.
Okay.
Underneath you have parking most of it, so that can just be open.
Okay.
It's challenging. It's, those are short north where you have, historically, you have high, tall buildings. It's just the nature of German Village has not been mega blocks. It's getting little pieces of structures.
Yeah, and I think where the previous design had that feel. I think there's been very good reception of this from other people that it's starting to achieve that. If we can enhance a couple of those things that you're talking about, I think we get pretty close. My only concern is every time we come back in front of you, if there's the next thing and that it keep adding onto it, I'm worried we run the risk of also this whittling this down to
think Ned's structure here is good. Just like pretty like that.
And then in that structure, how the interpretation of that is going to, are we voting on, each of you voting on that? Because you could have a different opinion of that interpretation. So I think that's just another part of that structure that if it's there and you say, no, I don't agree that the lot coverage is at 55%, it has to be a 50, then, but the rest of the commission doesn't agree. How do we work through that?
I would suggest we need to have a business meeting that discusses that.
Yeah, I think we can discuss at the next business meeting how we address that, so we're not backsliding. I don't think that what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And part of this is that you have a better sense when you leave here, what our position is on these topics, Steve.
Yeah, no, yeah, that would be very helpful.
So that one of the risks that we have right now is we're short-staffed. We're currently at 5 out of 7. One couldn't make it tonight due to an issue she had. But if and when the commission, the city council staffs up 2 more bodies, they're going to have their opinion. So it's going to be on us to make sure that they come on board. They're up to speed on what we discussed. And again, we're not having 2 more votes, throwing everything back to the beginning. We don't want them to happen.
No, I enjoy. Yeah, I was going to say, I enjoy this to a certain point, but I don't know if I want to do it for the next few months. So, or too many more months.
That's
So.
our charge to make sure,
Okay.
We're moving forward. We're not backsliding with applicants. Ned's structure here, we're going to let Ned kind of run that structure as we move forward to make sure that we're getting this along the path.
Good.
I'll get you guys comments.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
The other feedback, indeed.
The only other one I wanted just to make sure is on 6th. We showed the 3-story on the corner there. I just wanted to make sure we have the 2-story here, larger windows, which, but we did do 3. I just want to make sure.
This is back up in the,
On the alley at 6, and that's Bendy, that's the restaurant in the white building up in front of it with the parking garage entry.
Is not open here, is that recess of brick around the larger windows as well as around the
Smaller ones, okay. Well, I guess the question, or one option is get rid of the big windows and just stick with the smaller ones around it.
Look at the massing myself.
Yeah.
It's too wide for how tall it is. It's just good enough. I would take.
I had it one bay in and it looked really, it was, yeah. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts just before.
Reflected what the property original parcel was.
Mm.
Give you an idea of where to go.
I can take a look at that.
Because so much of what's built here is based on what the parcel plates were.
Right.
I said, you're looking for the commercial language of design in the village. That's industrial, up and down 3rd Street. Go to some of the kind of interior thoroughfares through.
Yep.
Let's look to the commercial properties that are there.
Okay.
There's some trees in there, and I'll give you some cues.
Which are not industrial.
Yeah, and it's just trying to find the right, again, too much of a repetition of the same thing along the bigger block. And if we can break it down, I think you get the sense like coming into the alley that it's not just the same roof all the way. So that's what we're trying to do. But no, that's helpful. Thank you.
Historically, the corner buildings, if it's a commercial or something, it usually engages the corner with the entrance as opposed to pushing it off the side. Industrial would not be seen in the center of the village.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
No, I think this structure is great. We'd love to see if you guys have a sort of matrix breakdown or what have you that we can go off of as well.
Yeah, that as the part of the notes would be great.
Perfect.
Great. All right. Thank you.
No action on that. Last item on our agenda is discussing review of the LED smart flat siding testing. How do you want to discuss this? Want to discuss it among ourselves, or do you want to kind of this?
I can give a document overview. And I apologize, I had something in my eye, I was trying to get out. It was
Worse.
not the best timing on that, but, this packet here is a, collection of photos from the smart, the LP Smart Siding material that have been approved and installed in cases. The first test case was not installed, through the commission moved forward with the other three, which was the most recent one from the commissioner. So we did call the architect on this one, and they are going to be constructing it later this year, and it's all going to COA for that. So it'll be installed later. These two have been installed and we have photos. The 1034 Maker Street appears to have been installed, which is actually product. And I may have switched the address because I know you don't, I may have switched them later on in the document. And then the board and batten was the one that's been installed for the longest, and we have photos from a staff site visit 2022 of the set in Mohawk Street material. The first being, I did mislabel that one. This is the acre, the 1034 Acre Street, position, I can zoom out. So this is the one, and I apologize for the, mislabeled addresser, but this is 1034 Acre. The home was sold pretty soon after this addition was finished, so it's a new owner. But he was willing to submit these photos to us. He says the product is held up well. He did have an issue with the way that it was installed around the existing door. But he's gonna have that fixed. It's an internal issue to the store here. He said there's some leaking coming through the door. But otherwise, he seems, and so these photos were just taken. This is about a year after installation, because he just submitted these last week for us. The 42 Thurman one has not been installed, I believe, for a year yet, and if it has, I'll check in with her for updated photos. This is the photo that we received during installation of the product from the owner at the time. And then the other ones on this are the board and batten LP product. And so this one, signed this photo there, but was on this edition. This was the one that HPO staff went and conducted the site visit off, and most of these photos are immediately after installation. You can see it here. So some of these are from staff and some from the applicant as well. And I believe this was the finished result here. Good. See some more details in there. And this was that perfect one.
No, I know.
And it's more photos of, the rest are all just photos of the same edition, so. The more close-up photos here. Painting of it.
Go look at these.
I think the one that has been.
Oh, and then here's,
What the-
what is that? I was like, this shouldn't be allowed. That's the house we're looking at. So yeah, all of those are the photos of that property there, and this one is the one who's been installed the longest.
Maybe the photos aside from the workmanship issues.
Yeah.
Here's smooth particular thing. Visually works. How it holds up over a year, question, and I definitely will say that the texture. Want moving forward.
No.
You know, the COA says smooth. Test case, I'm not necessarily going to start a rock, so we're.
No.
Yeah, especially the new owner, yeah, is brand new from last year, so.
So that's. We said, I'm sure we take that. And how long we wear that. Having seen the product here, wow, I have a sample, see the photos, I think I'm on just about there, we're good if this is a product. Let me see the other.
I would just like to walk and see them.
The 42 Thurman garage one, we don't know how long their warranty is. I wanna say it's about 30 years, it's not the full 50, but,
Find that anyway you are.
yeah, as I said, even the Hardy and the true exterior are literally like, it's like.
Correct.
Oh,
I am.
LP Smart Side comes with a 5/50-year limited warranty, a 5-year 100 replacement, and 50-year prorate limited warranty on substrate.
Whatever that means, both of those others.
Yeah,
If you're interested in seeing those, 42 Thurman is probably gonna be your best bet to get the best view, because it's on an alley.
okay.
The 1034 Acre Street is bound in every yard, so it might be harder to see in there.
This is the one done by my old firm, Tryon.
That was the 35 Sycamore. Maybe also the Acre Street. but I'm not sure.
Okay, no, you're right, it's the 36. I was like, I know one of these was my old firm.
I see, I called Tryon like 2 weeks ago. I was like, yeah.
Whatever though, I guess it's all like. Be nice.
I think they would after talking to her. She's, yeah. I called the architect on it, or the project designer, I don't know the actual title, but yeah. And I caught her like two different jobs, so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just like walk by and see what the ones we are, just to think about them.
Yeah.
They all look really good.
I don't know about this 921 Moselle and its visibility, but I believe, 752 Mohawk might be harder to see because it is that rear section, but
Yeah.
there are some that are a little closer to the
I
street.
mean, even if you can just see a side view of it, I kind of want to see if it's wavy or
Yeah, absolutely.
like that.
The reason I wanted to know the warranty was the 5-year surprise. But I think maybe we keep those 3 on and we look at them. A little bit. Just because. Okay.
How long before Hardy started to start to show issues?
Yeah, they were kind of just, and then the panels are even worse. It just started falling apart.
They can hurry.
So, okay, I think walk by the properties that you can see from the street, take a look at it. If we need to see the one that we can't see from the street, we'll have to walk through Nick to do a visit if we can, or if you know the owners, ask them about it. But I am comfortable at this point, what I've seen here and elsewhere of the product being good, if not better than the applied or the back end of the product. Besides, looking at it.
I'll put those comments in your minutes from tonight's hearing, and then, I don't think you need to vote on it necessarily, but just kind of maybe a final determination for your goal of business at the next hearing.
Sure.
If that seems appropriate to you.
It'll work.
So I will send you that. I'm calling it agenda, I don't know what it is, but
Meaning agenda.
whatever. But I don't know if it's agenda, an outline, criteria,
Discussion points.
discussion points, whatever it is, I'm calling it an agenda, so I will send you that so you can distribute it to everybody.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I want to do the, before we send anything, I send it to Jamie. first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Last note I have, in case you didn't hear last meeting, Commissioner Durst chose not to renew, and Robin has stepped down. So those are 2 athletes. If you have anybody who's interested in joining the commission, send them our way.
We had someone reach out, going forward it over to Jamie at overview or like that, but I think Jamie also did an interview with the potential commissioner today, but I wasn't involved, so I don't know if it was for German or not. But
Do you know who reached out?
Let's close the meeting and then go down, ask questions about that.
Sure, absolutely.
Cool. Is there a motion to?
So
adjourn?
move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Too bad.
I'll stop the recording.
Hi, where's Nadine?